Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We have a wonderful panel here at the CONPLA 3 Paraguayan Congress of Linguistics. And this panel consists of the people who have taken part in book writing. And we are here presenting today a bit about what we have all written. In the panel today, we have Elena and Yulia. And then we have Gwyneth from the US. We have Heather from Alabama, US, and Melinda from Alabama, US. I will also be presenting my book, and I am Harshini Lalwani. I will be talking about my chapter as well. So let us start with the presentation from Elena and Yulia. Both of them have not been able to come to the panel at the moment because they have something to do, and they are also presenting their thesis at the same time as this event. So they have sent us a recording. So I'm going to play the recording, and then later I'm going to send you their email addresses in case you have any questions to ask them. So if you give me a minute, I'm now going to share my screen with you and their recording at the same time.
Dear colleagues, I'm really happy to present at the third Congreso of Instituto Superiore de Lenguas. My name is Elena Zырянова, and my colleague and the co-author of the chapter that we're going to talk about is Yulia Grevtseva. And as you can see on the slide, we were working on the following topic: teaching in virtual and hybrid classrooms. We express every single praise and our gratitude to the organizers of this great project and for the opportunity to participate in it. So at our university, Higher School of Economics and at the School of Foreign Languages, we, as I'm sure everybody, faced this challenge of working with virtual and hybrid classrooms, which we are eagerly sharing with the rest of the participants, and will really be happy to hear any questions and any kind of feedback and experience that you had in your life, in your practice, and with your students. So let's get started. As we have already said, our chapter is devoted to teaching and learning, to the context of teaching and learning, and we decided that our presentation will be called whether it's possible to work with the students virtually with as much efficiency as offline, because we're sure this is the question that we keep asking every time we get to the virtual environment, right? And every time we all faced to this with this environment during the pandemic, because this is actually what boost the overall transition to the virtual environment. And I think that this is not a secret that we actually used and got used to applying technology, right, and online and virtual tools in our everyday life, right, and in our classes. And I'm sure that we did that for making our classes even more interactive and more interesting and engaging for our students. But as the scientists, and in our case, Marinoni and I'll say that this was not the, that was actually the only aim, right, the engagement and the interaction. But 2020 actually opened a new vision, right, a new perspective of using virtual and hybrid instruction. We were forced to go online and to work online and to transfer all our life into the virtual environment. And that was quite a tough task and challenge for everyone. And we really like the way Mary Noni called that emergency online education, because definitely everyone was into really tough situation coping with that all. Now we understand that online tools and digitalization are not just additional feature, but an integral part of our everyday life, and that this is how our work and our students may get new knowledge. That's why in this particular presentation, we wanted to share the way our university, being quite big, right, and a big scale university with a lot of international students and teachers, coped with this very challenge, and how we brought that into an opportunity for wider and more efficient collaboration and teaching and learning process. So the basic things that we wanted to cover and to share is attention, motivation, interaction, planning, and of course, honesty altogether, because all these issues were subject to a really big scale skepticism before the overall pandemic situation, right? When we as teachers and specialists understood how we can turn all those minuses or drawbacks to gain more efficiency and more productivity in our lessons. And of course, we understand that there are basics and universal basics in planning that we all have to pay attention to our students' needs, our students' interests, to being really, really very well organized and structured to make our lesson as productive and efficient as possible. So we understand that all these pedagogical and methodological principles let's see how it is possible. We see as specialists and practitioners that one of the most important things in virtual and teaching is to establish and maintain teacher-student communication, because it is really important for students to be included into the working process, not to be isolated, to feel a sense of community, to see the feedback that actually teacher is sharing, because we cannot interact with our students as we did in life, right? We cannot talk to them between the lessons in the classroom, but we can do that with the help of feedback and a lot of online tools. We also got that time management and that students and teachers have to understand that their real and personal life is supposed to be separated from their teaching and learning life. Of course, it is very important to be computer literate and to understand how all the services and tools work for successful completion of the lesson and planning the lesson. And it is really, really important to bring all the paper documentations that we used to have into virtual reality again. And one of the assistants in this task is learning management system, which is wealth of opportunities for, again, creating community, providing feedback, organizing the work of students, and of course, facilitating your life as teachers. We understand that it is way more complicated for us teachers to support students' work online and to follow and maintain their engagement in the work. So among a lot of opportunities and techniques, we understand that the planning and the lessons are supposed to be interactive with the help of a lot of tools and services and types of instruction. We have to be quite flexible and we have to provide the appropriate support to our students. Monitoring is another way to follow students' engagement and to track their progress, because when we understand what is happening in the classroom, we understand whether the class is or the lesson is productive and efficient. And of course, everything that happens online must be as transparent as possible, be that instruction, be that a new task, be that transaction to this or that activity, feedback, or any type of assessment. So we are sure that no matter how different possibly virtual and hybrid classes are, because hybrid, of course, needs our teachers' split attention, we understand that this is no longer new. And this is no longer additional. This is part of our life. So we definitely understand that there should be a different type of control over concentration, different type of control over management of our work. We also have to constantly provide our students with feedback and analyze their needs and interests. And of course, learn more about online instructions and resources. So we understand that all the support and gradual learning of the process will definitely provide us with more resources, with more solutions. But so far, we're sure that academic society is more or less and more, let's say, ready for this particular task. And we have already created special strategies and contents for working with that. Here we provide a couple of tasks or questions for further discussion with the students and with teacher trainers who are preparing students or specialists for working online. Thank you for your attention, and please ask any questions and share your experience. Thank you.
All right, that was Elena Zayranovskaya. I don't think I'm pronouncing the last name right, but well, it's really difficult. And Yulia Gresteva, they were both unable to be with us today, so they have sent a recording, and I am putting in their email addresses on the chat. If you have any questions, you might want to write to them directly and ask them about the topic. It was a really interesting topic about online learning. And once again, welcome those who have joined us late. I'm Harshini Lalwani, and we are a panel of authors who have written a chapter for a book for the university. And we have a very interesting panel here with people from the US, me, and I believe Elena and Yulia are from somewhere in Europe, in Russia, I believe, because their email addresses are you. So we have with us now Gwyneth. Gwyneth, your topic was about strategies to teach vocabulary.
Yes, let me share. I'm able to share my screen.
I am sure you are. There you go.
Good.
Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Gwyneth Dean Fosnot, and I'm honored to be here today to present at the Congreso. I'm the author of the chapter relating to vocabulary, strategies to teach vocabulary. My current position is with Black Hills Special Services in Sturgis, South Dakota in the United States, and my main work is to support rural school districts with low incidence of multilingual learners. I provide professional development opportunities to in-service teachers and facilitate some graduate level coursework for aspiring ESL teachers through a small university, Dakota Wesleyan, here in South Dakota. So again, it's an honor to be here with you. As you can see on the slide, I worked on the chapter for vocabulary, strategies, and topics. And I give my sincere thanks and appreciation to the organizers of this textbook and this conference for the opportunity to participate in this very valuable project. Over the years, through my work in this field, I've reflected on the importance of vocabulary beyond the simple content-related lesson or lesson-related content vocabulary. And very often our vocabulary instruction or the chosen vocabulary to focus on within a given lesson or context kind of stops at the bold or most important content-related vocabulary. However, so many more kinds of words are out there that multilingual learners need to be able to utilize for multi-meaning words, English collocations. These can provide challenges for meaning and for clear communication. So I was very excited and glad to be challenged to take on this topic and kind of refine my own thinking in this topic related to vocabulary. Of course, it goes without saying that the more words one knows, the more effective communication can be. For receptive language, learners are asked to read and listen to gain information. And the stronger the vocabulary foundation is, the more successful the learner will be because they can focus on the deeper message of the communication rather than trying to figure out individual words. For clear communication, learners need a strong foundation in general vocabulary, academic vocabulary, found in multiple contexts, and of course, specific technical vocabulary that might be used in a given situation or context. Of course, I'm referring to 3 tiers of vocabulary. We do need to go beyond that, however, beyond that simple memorizing of content-specific vocabulary and expand to words that help to build complex sentences and expressive sentences and that help us communicate and understand wants and needs of others and express our own emotions. Such connecting words, idioms, again, multiple meaning words are all very important in self-expression. And so teachers can tap into many various types of teaching activities to provide practice, repetition, context for real life experiences. And from that word, teachers can use from word exploration to dig deeper into meaning and create fun, engaging ways to practice and use vocabulary. The background that I chose to include in the chapter talks about the building blocks of communication, how vocabulary, our words are really those bricks that we put together to build into complex sentences or walls that go into building our whole communication or that building. Perhaps you've heard that analogy before. Communication is all these different pieces that get put together, again, to really be able to convey a specific meaning in a given context, the purpose and in the context of communication. So to support English learners in learning vocabulary, teachers must know a lot about English words and their functions. So knowing a word is much more complex. This was so interesting for me to read about, but it's so much more complex than just knowing the definition of a word, but knowing its connotations, its grammatical variations, connections to other words, synonyms and antonyms, knowing sound and letter combinations, how different word parts impact the meaning. All of these different aspects of vocabulary are just so fascinating. And teachers have to really utilize good, fun, engaging strategies to help students practice or English learners practice that vocabulary. And teachers also really serve a wonderful purpose for students as they help teach not just vocabulary, but they help teach learning strategies so students have the skills or the tools that they need to learn new vocabulary independently. So the major dimensions of the chapter, the first bit of the chapter kind of focuses on some foundational information from social everyday language to how we move through general content vocabulary and specific technical vocabulary. And then the chapter focuses on some specific aspects of English vocabulary that might be challenging, but can't be overlooked. And such things such as the difference between content and function words, words that have different shades of meaning, nominalizations, homophones, just to name a few. And then finally, the chapter acknowledges the linguistic skills students bring to learning a new language or learning an additional language, that foundation of their first language. And we explore those skills that they bring to the learning environment. And specifically, if cognates are a way that they can tap into their current language resources and apply that to what they are learning about with English vocabulary. The chapter then provides 3 instructional design principles to aid in solid vocabulary instruction. Instructional planning for vocabulary learning must include several sequenced lessons that integrate content and language and what students already know about that content and language so that it is strategically intertwined into what they're expected to learn and practice. And then those strategic lessons have to provide frequent opportunity for vocabulary use. That's key into deeply knowing a word. Multiple opportunities for using the new vocabulary must occur across several days in various instructional activities, integrate connections, make concept connections, bring in student experience, but multiple ways to practice that word. As I said, multiple times in multiple contexts. So when, for example, planning a social studies lesson on water scarcity, the class might read an informational text about farmers facing water shortages. But then during class discussion, the teacher facilitates the use of the words that are related: advantage, disadvantage, problem, solution, effective, effectiveness. So all of that goes into really powerful discussion and vocabulary practice. Teachers must intentionally provide opportunities to integrate vocabulary with daily interactions and activities for new vocabulary, both receptive and in the productive domains. The other thing to think about that I think is really important is when planning lessons or language experiences, teachers might begin with questions and discussions that are kind of basic, practicing the comprehension or the use of the word, who, when, where, what, and then end with higher order thinking: why, how, what if. But by planning these questions strategically, students are able to integrate new vocabulary in very meaningful ways. So some key concepts I hope you can remember and find in the chapter are just how important it is that strong vocabulary skills are needed for clear communication, both receptive and productive language. Knowing vocabulary or knowing a word includes phonetics, morphology, and grammatically. Frequent interaction and application of the vocabulary is key to long-term retention of that word and its meaning. And key vocabulary instruction must be intentional, and it takes planning. But above all, vocabulary instruction and practice can be fun and engaging. You should hear laughter when practicing vocabulary. So, discussing and taking action. I like to think about how I learn a new word as a teacher. When I encounter a new word, what works for me for deep learning? And I challenge you to think about your own personal strategies for learning new vocabulary, retaining it and using it. And then think about how firm your own understanding is of the importance of vocabulary, and take that passion and transfer that to your students in your teaching through engaging, meaningful practice and applications of those new words. And expanding further, there are several chapters that really connect to this idea of the importance of vocabulary, and I've listed them here. Some of the authors are here in this session. So connecting these domain strategies to teach these domains really connect, all of these domains connect to vocabulary, because vocabulary is important in all of these domains. So again, thank you for allowing me to be part of this project and to present today. And I'm very excited to dig into the book myself. And please do send me any questions. Thank you.
Gwyneth, I do have a question for you. You mentioned getting the students exposed to vocabulary multiple times and in multiple ways. How many times do you think it could be? I mean, I have read somewhere that a student needs to be exposed to vocabulary 20 times before they can actually use it.
I have heard studies like that too, and I think it is a greater number than we actually realize. We often think we teach a word and let them use it a couple times, and then they have that knowledge. I tend to rely on the science that it is a much larger number, for example, 20, as you mentioned, and that's why the strategic planning of lessons is really important, thinking about how I can continue to review and bring up those vocabulary words in different ways, in different contexts, through different activities. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. Thank you for sharing that with us. It's my turn now. And
May I ask a question to Gwyneth, or do we do that at the end?
No, just ask her a question. It makes more sense to ask immediately rather than at the end.
Okay, Gwyneth, thank you for your talk. I teach Spanish as a second language, or as another language, as a foreign language. And so what I'm constantly faced with is when we introduce a new chapter, if you've ever seen a textbook, it's just like these massive lists of words. So when I have gone into, say, an ESL classroom to do observations or student teaching, I'll notice that the teacher will pick out 4 or 5 key academic vocabulary terms, and we'll focus on those for the lesson and then the next subsequent lessons. But when you have these massive lists of vocab, when the students are just learning a language, what strategy have you found, or do you think would be good for dealing with those massive lists? Because inevitably, I tend to pick out a handful of those words that I'll use a lot, and then the rest is kind of like, well, make a flashcard and go over them on your own.
or we might hope they collect them by osmosis, right?
Right. So how do you deal when it's not 3, 4, or 5 words, but when it's 20 and 30 words?
Mm-hmm. I tend to, in my practice, and I am coming from a practice of English as a new language or an additional language rather than as a foreign language. So a lot of my experience is really rooted in content, as you said, observing in ESL classrooms. But I tend to fall back on looking at that word list and then thinking about the content standard that the students have to master. And then connecting of that standard, how am I going to actualize that standard in the classroom for all students with their varying needs? And then think about which words are going to give the most leverage to the student to master that content standard, and then express what they've learned about that content standard. I know all the words in the 20 word list are important, but I do place some value on some words more than others based on what I want the outcome of that content standard to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good guideline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gwyneth. And now it's my turn. I'm Harshini Lalwani, and I live in Asuncion, Paraguay. I did my Sir TESOL and later a diploma in TESOL with the Trinity College, London. I also worked there in British Council. I worked in British Council UAE in various forms as a teacher, as a senior teacher, as an IELTS examiner, as a young learner coordinator, and so on. And then I came back to Paraguay, and I've been here. Now I provide independent service to institutions who teach English, and I'm also open to providing services to private schools, to public schools. I have worked with TESOL. I was a president of TESOL in the past, and in all of those different roles, I have been able to serve the ELT community in various ways. So my topic was building language awareness, and one of the reasons I chose this topic is because I teach language awareness in the Trinity Sir TESOL course, and it's always been fascinating there's so much to learn and so much to know about this topic, and it's always been fascinating for me. So I thought this was a good opportunity to learn a bit more, and also to be able to renovate my knowledge of what I already know. So that's why I picked this. It was a really tough topic for me to navigate with because of the extensive information that is available on this topic. But here's something that I did put together, and which I do believe is really interesting, and it summarizes language awareness in a nice way. So my chapter is number 10, and it is a part of language learning and use. I have already told you why I chose this topic, but we will go a little deeper into looking at why language awareness and what is language awareness. So with that in mind, I want to ask you about this phrase, which you might have heard or read somewhere. By learning English, you open a window to other cultures. It's a very common phrase, and you have heard it in many places. And it's true, right? Today, if you know English, you can get into so many places. You can get into so many different businesses. You can interact with people around the world. You can learn about other cultures, considering that English is the widest spoken language in the world. So everyone wants to study English, and by studying English, what do we talk about? We talk about language systems, which includes vocabulary, grammar, and phonology. But besides that, if you are going to use English as a window to other cultures, you need to think about other cultures, and there is a lot more to learn besides language systems. So why language awareness? Because when we are talking to people from different cultures, we are also considering different meanings that can be expressed in different cultures. So for example, a very small example is when I was new in Paraguay, and one of my colleagues invited me to a party, and she said, I'm having a birthday party today, so if you want, you can come. And I was kind of surprised, because for me, that was not an invitation. If she says, if you want, you can come, it's not an invitation. So I didn't go to the party. I missed out on all the fun. And it's much later, after a couple of years, I realized that that's the way Paraguayans invite people in Spanish. So this colleague had directly translated Spanish to English. and it was not the right way, and there was obviously a misunderstanding because I did not understand the message as it should have been understood. So that was the starting point. So when you are talking about learning a new language, it's not just grammar. Her grammar was perfect. It's not vocabulary, and it's not pronunciation. It was not being able to use the correct structure for the correct function. So language awareness is about that too. And it is about knowing about other cultures. How is your language, or what you say or what you write, going to be interpreted in the culture where you are using it? So that's why I believe language awareness is very important. And of course, language awareness is a lot more about just the language systems, and that's what we're going to go into. And we're going to have a small look at the teacher's role of how she can promote awareness in the classroom. So let's start with a bit of history. So in the 1980s, naturalistic and communicative approaches to language became very popular, but after a while, there were some studies carried out in the Canadian immersion program study where French students were taught English through immersion. And then at the same time, on the other side of the globe, foreign language learning research was taking place in UK secondary schools. And through both these studies, it was seen that though students could communicate in the language, they had very little accuracy in what they were saying. And this led to a lot of debate about the different ways of teaching language and the formation of the Association of Language Awareness in 1999 in the UK, which talks about how we should be able to include the teaching of language explicitly into a classroom through context. Language has to be combined with context when teaching in the classroom. So language awareness is defined in these two ways. The first one is from the Association of Language Awareness that calls language awareness as explicit knowledge about the language system, and conscious perception and sensitivity in language learning, language teaching, and very importantly, language use. And it also talks about a person's sensitivity and conscious awareness of how the language is and the way language works, or its role in human life. So what's the main dimensions that we are covering in this chapter? The first thing is that we are talking about recognizing how complex language is and how ever-changing and how dynamic it is. Every day, language evolves. New words come in, old words change their meaning, and so on. And also that a language is not just a medium of communication, but it is also a lot more than a medium of communication. There are so many things you express through your language. You can talk about power. You can talk, how do you use language in a position of power? How do you know that the other person is being unfair to you, or saying things that are not right because of the way they are using the language? All of these things, how do you know that using informal language in an academic environment will work? Or will it work? No, I don't think so. In an academic environment, you need to be more formal. On the other hand, if you are too formal when you come to Paraguay, people won't respond to you well. So all of these things also form a part of language. And all of these things are really well explained through Arndt in his language awareness framework in the year 2000. He talked about the different rings. I cannot, the picture is copyrighted, so I couldn't share it with you. But there are different rings of the language, and he explained it in different ways. He talked about how a person chooses the language forms, and I'm going to have a look at my notes over here, is how a person chooses a language from a variety of words or structures available for him, and how this language is flexible. And the other factors are, it depends on the formality, the environment, it depends on the attitude of the speaker, the medium, whether it is spoken or it is written, the variety in class, whether it's American, it's British, it's Australian, it's Indian, it's Malaysian, what kind of language it is being used. And also it talks about effectiveness, how effective our message is going to be if we use a specific structure or a specific vocabulary or specific way of talking. If we are going to speak in a heavy Texan accent, are we going to be understood? If we are going to be very formal, how are we going to be seen? So all of those factors affect how you choose a language. And this is very important for teachers to know, as well as for learners to understand if they are going to be effective in their communication through the target language. So some of the things that teachers can do is, first of all, be aware themselves in the class. Not just teach language systems, but also teach about social and cultural nuances that go, like Gwyneth mentioned earlier in her talk about the different connotations that the language carries with it, to be aware of the false friends, what we call them, or cognates in the language. There you go. So about the cognates also. So teach them more, teach them what is appropriate, but also you need to be aware of these things as a teacher. Also, as a teacher, you need to adapt your target language use in the class. You need to be able to speak in short sentences to beginner students, for example, and you could use longer sentences when giving instructions to students at a higher level. But as a teacher, it is important for you to have an open attitude in the class. You have to show students that language is changing and you're open to learn about them. So you should be also learning about new language and reflecting about it. Allow for discussions and debates in your class. Encourage observation. Build your students' sensitivity in the class. And very importantly, bring the real world into your classroom. Talk about different cultures. Talk about what happens in this culture. What would happen if you say this phrase in that culture? What would happen if you use your language in this way when you're talking to a Japanese businessman who is at a higher level in the organization? So use all these real world languages within your classrooms with children and with adults, and encourage that. So this is some of the discussions that I have included in the chapter. One of this is very practical. The idea was that the students actually get a feel of what the language is like. The chapter talks about what variety is, what attitude it is in detail. And then at the end of the chapter, you could go on and talk about, so if you say, one friend says to other, stop smoking, dude, it's bad for you. You know you can die of lung cancer, right? How would your language change if it is in a written form? How would it change if it is in an advertisement, a government advertisement? How would this specific language change if you are a doctor and your relationship with the patient is not that of a friend? So this is the thing I've included in my chapter, so teachers could have a clearer picture of how it works. I would welcome you to come and read the chapter, and I'm very fortunate also, like the rest of you, to be a part of this fantastic experience of writing or co-authoring a book with so many experts from around the world, and I am looking forward to reading it also. And I'd like to thank Valentina, Susan, and the rest of the team to let me be a part of this and let me join the the Congress and be able to share my views with it. These are some of the sources that I used in this presentation. You will find a lot more sources in the book, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have on the topic. Or you could write to me and let me know about it. So I guess having said that, we can move.
Harsheen.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking up this topic. It's a very important one. There at the end when you were talking about teaching English learners about rhetorical flexibility, thinking about who their audience is, what the situation of the communication is, and how they would reframe that meaning for a different audience purpose and communication situation. I think that's great. So thank you so much. That was a very great job you did in presenting about language awareness.
Thank you, Melinda. And with that, I believe it's now Heather's turn. Heather, you're talking about designing learning-centered class to promote. Let me stop sharing my screen so you can share yours. So it's designing learning-centered class to promote. I'm sorry, I can't see the rest of it. Active
Yes.
participation?
Okay. I'm going to beg for some, maybe a little help here.
Active learning.
I don't often share, yes, I don't often share my screen with the PowerPoint. So how do I
So
start
you can
it?
present it. You have a small screen at the bottom on the right-hand side. If you could click on that.
Small screen at the bottom, at the right-hand side. Oh.
Heather,
Yeah,
if I can
Yeah.
interrupt, I think if you click on slideshow at the top of the screen, do you see
Yeah,
the small
I'm-
tool slideshow?
I've got this toolbar that's in my way and I'm trying to move it.
Okay. I think
Maybe
you
that's
can
what she thought was at the bottom, but it was my top. Okay, so
slideshow, and then you should be able to present. There you go. Present from beginning. There you go.
this is what I was most worried about. And now I can't see you all. So now I'm just talking to a computer screen. Is that everyone else's experience?
Uh,
Oh, wait.
well, if you're comfortable doing that, it's all right. We don't
No,
mind.
I figured it out.
Okay, cool.
Thank you all for your patience. I don't want to see myself. I'd rather see someone else. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you for being patient for this moment. Yes, so I did chapter 13. My chapter is about well, when I first got the idea from Susan Spizzini, I interpreted the task as talking about active learning, but then what I realized she was actually asking me to do was talking about, okay, we're on board with active learning, but how do you cultivate a classroom environment that promotes active learning? So my topic question is, how do we design an environment ideal for promoting language development, i.e., through active learning? So, okay, great. Now I'm having to move these little boxes so I can see my screen. Okay, so for my introduction of the chapter, I start with a vignette. So imagine this. One day, you're at summer camp and you're an ESL student in about the 4th or 5th grade, and you walk into a reading class only to find out that you're having a picnic. That was my experience this summer as I observed a master teacher as she took a concept such as a picnic that was integral to a chapter in the children's reading. It was Pippi Longstocking, if you're familiar with her, with that character, written by Lengren in the 50s. But this was the reading text that was being taught this summer. And none of the children were familiar with the concept of a picnic. And this teacher, I call her Mrs. Wind. Mrs. Wind intuited that and knew from getting to know the students that they were not going to have prior knowledge or a context for fully, properly understanding a picnic. So instead of trying to explain it, which she did briefly in words, she created a picnic. And so that day she invited the children, the learners, to come into the classroom to have a brief synopsis, engage in prior knowledge, what had they been talking about, and then she invited them into the classroom to actually have a picnic and then do their reading there. So that was an example of how she took a classroom space of cement and concrete block and used the space to engage the students actively in the learning experience. So to go into a little bit of the background that I that I wrote about in the chapter, what we've seen over the course of the last century is really a movement of one type of teaching approach to another. So for example, whereas before we had teacher-centered classrooms with the sage on the stage and everybody looking at the teacher, now we are engaging more in learner-centered approaches where, if you know the guide on the side phrase, where the learners are engaged in activities and tasks and you're there to help facilitate their learning. We also have come from more of a grammar-focused style of teaching, whether it be rote memorization of certain grammar points or verb paradigms, to now using the language in context more. So we have moved from more of a grammar-focused approach to contextualized language instruction. We've also come from where the students are just passive recipients, sitting, listening to a teacher, taking notes, or maybe watching a video on a screen, to becoming an active producer in the classroom. It used to be, or if we think about maybe how we learned in college or in school, where we took notes as we listened to a lecture and tried to memorize the material, but now students are encouraged much more to reflect and engage with the material, which leads us to this concept of active learning. And this definition of active learning comes from BRAIN, and it is basically a learner-centered instruction that engages students in tasks to construct knowledge and understanding and uses higher order thinking and involves metacognition. Basically, it involves students meaningfully in the learning process. So the question becomes, well, how do we take all of this? So yes, if we're on board with the concept of active learning, what is the ideal environment? And I came up with the acronym ALE for Active Learning Environment. So now the question becomes this, okay, well, what's an active learning environment, and what do we need in that environment to promote this ideal of active learning? So in my paper, I claim that there are at least 4 major facets or dimensions, key aspects, if you will, of an active learning environment. And they all work together to create this ideal space. So the first is what we would think about the environment is the physical, the actual physical space that the students are in. And you might have experienced in your life a time where you've been in a classroom and the desks are very heavy and can't be moved, and they're fixed in one spot. I've been in classrooms where they're actually bolted to the floor, and you have this little flip desks, and you're all like real awkward. And the only thing you can really do is stare straight ahead. You can't really engage with your neighbor at all. So part of creating an active learning environment, or ALE, is creating a space in which there's at least flexible seating so that students have the option to engage with each other. And also, it's also so it's comfortable for them. They have a space to engage. They have a space to write down things if they need. And as we heard in the vignette, my mentor teacher, she even used the floor. So that's another option that's often overlooked. We also have the social aspect. If we consider that language is a social activity par excellence, we want students to be able to engage socially with the language. We want them to be able to see each other's faces, see their gesticulations, eyes, mouth, all the things. We want them to be able to support each other and work cooperatively together, which again reflects the physical environment, because you need to have a space that will allow them to do that. And so you want to allow them an opportunity to cultivate shared experiences together, which leads to a good time. So like Gwyneth was talking about, when you're learning vocabulary, there needs to be laughter. When you're learning language, there needs to be fun and engagement and laughter. And the psycho-emotional part is really important, because one of the key factors that when I was doing my research for this chapter that I kept coming across was the concept of language anxiety. And in that vein, the complementary concept of affective filter that Krashen put forth, that if a student has a lot of language anxiety, that filter is going to raise, and it's going to block out a lot of their ability to absorb in the material and engage with each other. So whatever we can do to reduce that language anxiety and in effect reduce the affective filter is going to be more beneficial for the student. So the psycho-emotional part is very important, because also in my research, I discovered one of my sources talked about how there's no other activity that implicates self-concept and self-expression more than language. And so when you get learners into a situation where that has been taken from them because they're not fluent and can't express themselves as they would like to in this new language, that can create some anxiety. They might not want to look silly in front of their peers. Maybe they're nervous. So whatever we can do to help them take on an attitude of risk taking, like it's okay to take a risk. It's okay to raise your hand and speak, even if maybe it's not the right word, maybe it's not the right way you say it. But if we create a psycho-emotional, again, going along with the social environment and even the physical environment that supports that, then the learner is going to be able to absorb the material and have fun, as we heard about with the vocabulary presentation. And last but not least, of course, we have the cognitive aspect of the learning environment. We want the learning environment, and this is where the teacher has a big role, in that the teacher wants to be able to provide authentic resources to the learners and help them with learning strategies. Gwyneth's talked about learning strategies when learning vocabulary, and I'm sure Melinda is going to talk about strategies when it comes to reading. And Harshini talked about strategies when it comes to language awareness and using the language appropriately. But helping learners understand that they can use their prior knowledge of in their home language, they can use cognates, and they can use other resources to help them make connections across disciplines. All of these things help the student make connections with the language, and it helps them remember it and learn it. So all of those factors really work together to where the ideal ALE or learning environment is that space in the middle where you see the darkest blue, where all of the circles are coming together in one place. So pedagogical applications and teaching suggestions. Well, my first suggestion is to do anything you can to reduce language anxiety. These are even icebreakers, getting to know you activities, that on the social side. But also you can do things like, if you're going to, there's another thing that increases language anxiety, and that's when that's being perceived negatively by their instructor and by their peers. So anything you can do to give them some time to prepare, whether it's a little bit of think time before you call on them out in front of the class, or maybe it's giving them enough time to prepare for a written assessment. Those types of things will help the learner, the learner feel less stressed. Also, we can incorporate some cooperative learning strategies. And you can do this even the hardcore lecturers, even teachers that or instructors that just say, I've got a huge class and I have all this information that I need to impart. How am I going to do, active learning in my classroom? I need to do a demonstration and I need to present these notes, and that's it. But research has shown that if you could stop lecturing even after 10 to 12 minutes and just have the students turn and talk to the person next to them, and just to have a moment, 2 minutes, to talk to each other about what they've learned, to maybe have a moment to just reorganize their notes, fill in anything that they missed, just giving them a little bit of space to process the information and to do that with another person is a cooperative learning strategy that works even for hardcore lecturers. But then if you're on the other end of the spectrum, where you're in a class where everybody's constantly working together, you can involve Kagan structures. Most of you are probably already familiar with them. I was not when I started teaching, the graduate program in education at the University of Alabama at Birmingham, where I'll be graduating this coming semester. I was not familiar with Kagan structures. So I have been, I've researched a few of them, and I incorporate several in my class, and I get such positive reviews from the learners. And it'll be something like, it'll have to do with vocabulary or something, but as soon as I put them in a group and give them a problem to solve, and then say, okay, in 2 minutes, I'm going to pick a number, and whoever's number 3 is going to stand up and write what your answer on this erase board. And they can do the same thing without doing the cooperative activity. But the fact that it's like that, they say, oh, I love this. And they think it's a game because it's fun. We're going to play a game. We're not doing vocabulary work. We're playing a game. So they really enjoy that when we do those types of Kagan structures or activities. And that one was called Numbered Heads Together, if you were curious to which one I was referring. Yes.
I think we have run past the time. So if you could go a little, so Melinda gets time to talk.
No, absolutely. I apologize. I didn't set my timer. So the last part was just tasked with a communicative purpose, that they should be meaningful. They should have some end goal in mind that's more engaging to the students. So these were my key concepts that I've mentioned ad nauseum: active learning environment, cooperative learning, and even these Kagan structures. My discussion questions were just to reflect on what you do in your own classroom and how you might be able to make your classroom more of an active learning classroom with a more engaging learning environment, however you might do that. And my references, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, and I'm sorry for interrupting you there. I would have loved to hear more about your topic. Really interesting. But over to you, Melinda. You're talking about writing strategies. Very exciting. Melinda, you're on mute.
There we go. You would think I've been doing this here for almost 3 years. I would have figured it out by now. Yes, I am talking about strategies to teach writing. And that was my textbook chapter. I'm very glad to be here to talk to you about this today. One of the things that I do need to say is that when Susan Spazzini asked me to write this chapter, I am an adjunct in the School of Education at the University of Alabama at Birmingham, and I have taught in several universities. I've taught first language English writing, which we call composition studies in the United States, usually taken during the student's first or second year in university. And then I also have taught second language writing, and that has been up till now my expertise in English as a second or other language. I teach reading and writing instruction assessment at the University of Alabama at Birmingham as a graduate course to in-service teachers and pre-service teachers. So Heather, congratulations on your upcoming graduation from our program. And so, yes, my chapter is chapter 42, strategies to teach writing to English learners in a global context. And one thing I want to point out to everyone, I just want to remind you, writing in any language is difficult. I have told my native English speakers this when I teach at university, and I teach my pre-service teachers this. We talk about it, our own writing, and how we find it difficult to write. And so, I always take students through this thing. Okay, so what was the last thing that you wrote? I wrote a grocery list this morning. And so the communication situation for that grocery list was specific. The audience was myself. The purpose was to remind myself when I go to the store what items I need to buy. The genre was a written list because I don't do those things on my phone as a lot of people do. I have to write and then remember to take the piece of paper with me. The mode is just the linguistic mode. I don't draw pictures of the items. That's multimodal composition. And I have to think about the conventions and format. Not a whole lot with a grocery list because I'm the audience. I don't have to worry about it. When we write something else, when the learners that are reading or the university students that are reading this textbook, when they think about things that they've written, perhaps they had to write a discussion board post for a remote or online course in their university. They have to think about the audience, why they're writing, their purpose, the genre. It's a discussion board post on the learning management system. The mode is probably going to be linguistic, but some universities have started using video or pictures or something like that as the mode. And then they have a convention or format that they might have to follow. In our graduate program at the University of Alabama at Birmingham, we require students to use what we think of as academic English and the conventions of using the American Psychological Association, APA, formatting and convention guidelines for citing sources. But then we have to remember that English learners also have to think about language. So the vocabulary that Gwyneth talked about definitely falls into that. I co-authored the chapter on reading for this same volume, and we have to think about the language that goes into all of those things. So writing is a technology. It's a tool for communication. And that tool for communication is learned early in life. We learn our first language early in life. Writing comes a little bit later than when we learn the spoken or the listening. Other languages, which we will call the L2, are learned later. L2 writing requires knowledge of vocabulary, grammar, syntax, and other features of the L2. So that language awareness that Harshini talked about. So these university students that are reading this textbook, they really need to consider their learners' first language and their prior knowledge of writing in the first language, because that gives them a connection. Their academic development in their first language and in their second language, because research has shown that if there's high academic development in the first language, then that transfer happens a little bit easily to the second language. And then we have to consider our learners' purposes for writing. What are they writing to do? Are they writing for school? Are they writing for testing? Are they writing for other purposes, depending on the context? I am so used to doing Google Slides instead of PowerPoint. So I'm sorry, I keep hitting my space bar. So major dimensions that, we would want these pre-service teachers to think about would definitely involve needs assessment. That's the first thing that we would want them to do. So they're going to, again, think about that academic and language background. They're going to think about their learners' personal interest, because we know that when people are asked to write about things that they're interested in, that they have better success, right? So we want to consider what our students are interested in. We have to think about the learning context, and that's like the level. So are we talking about elementary, or are we talking about post-secondary, or something in between? We have to think about the culture. We have to think about the school. We have to think about the classroom environment. All of that fits into the learning context. And again, we have to think about the types of the writing task or the genres. So in the United States, there's a lot of testing. And so a lot of teaching of writing happens to have students have the outcomes on the test. But then we're kind of moving in a post-secondary environment to students writing for authentic task. Maybe they have to write a cover letter for a job application, or maybe they have to write a lab report for a science class. So we have to think about the types of writing that our students need to be able to do. And then we have to think about the course outcomes always, because we have to end up where we're supposed to end up, right? So we want our pre-service teachers to be thinking about needs assessment. And so some pedagogical applications, and this is what was so difficult for me, is that I teach an entire graduate level course on second language writing, on teaching writers who are writing in English as a second or other language. And I'm teaching this to pre-service teachers. And I have a whole semester of material, and we have 4 textbooks, and I never can fit it all in. And at the end of the semester, I'm crossing out things because we just didn't have time. So I had to distill what I wanted to these pre-service teachers reading this textbook to know. Okay, so this is not everything. So again, we have these language components that we want to know about our students, and we have to take those into consideration, and those are covered elsewhere in the textbook. But what probably isn't covered is this idea of the writing process. And so I grabbed this and adapted it from Dana Ferris. I love her work. I've got it cited here at the end of my my presentation, but I adapted this. Okay, so this is not hers. She talks about it. She has an entire chapter on writing systems. I put it into a graphic. And you see here where we start out with invention. We want our writers to start with writing, taking notes, brainstorming, making concept maps. This is where they could bring in the vocabulary of the topic that they're working on and what they know about it. And then we need to have them consider, well, what is it that you're wanting to say? What's the purpose? So we're going to outline and organize. And then we maybe will move to drafting and then revising from drafting. Notice that the arrows here go all over the place, right? This is not a linear process. It is very recursive. So students might like write down everything they need, that they know about a specific topic, and start outlining and think, oh, but I don't have a lot of support, so I need to go back to invention. Oh, okay, well now I'll start drafting, but it's not organized the way it needs to be for this particular writing task. So they go back to the outlining and organizing. And then I want to point out, revising is different from editing. A lot of people think that editing is all you need to do. Revising is like actually doing some hardcore work on your car, where you're like changing out the tires. So you need to be thinking all the while when you're revising of changing things. This isn't where we want students to be checking grammar or worrying about punctuation, or in English as a second language, worrying necessarily about prefixes and suffixes and subject-verb agreement and all of that. During all of this, we want teacher and peer feedback. And that means that did somebody say something? Okay, that means that you as the teacher, or our readers as the teachers, pre-service teachers, are going to be commenting and providing feedback, both informal and formal feedback on all of these steps, and then also peer feedback. And so we want students to learn how to peer review, and I'll talk about that in just a second. We also want students to be reflecting on their writing as they go. What's working well for you? What isn't working well? What could you change with your invention strategies? Or what could you change with your outlining? Or have you thought about your audience? So we want to make sure that we have our English as other language writers thinking about their own writing. And they can do that in their first language or in their second language if they want to like write reflections. I have my students always write a reflection after each step in the process. Okay, I think I mentioned everything there. So key concepts to remember. We want the pre-service teachers reading this textbook, they need to get to know their learners. And I think that that has been a concept that is a running thread through this textbook. I've seen it in several different chapters. We want to remember that second language writing has unique challenges compared to writing in one's first language. And I detail that a little bit better in the chapter, but I only had 10 minutes here. The communication situation is something that's coming about in the subfield of genre studies. And I'm seeing a lot of people stay in these text types when they're teaching English as a second language. Well, we need to teach narrative. We need to teach expository. We need to teach argument. Those are text types. We need to teach students, writers, how to be rhetorically flexible. Because genres are changing and they're fluid. And then we want to make sure that they know that this writing process is a great guide. I've had a lot of students who love it if they like formulas, but then they also have to understand that they need to put in some artistry with that and revisit some of those early steps if they need to. If you are teaching research-based writing, where you're asking students to work with secondary sources, research would be in that diagram. And then we want to make sure that students are getting intentional and focused feedback, both from the instructor and from their peers. And that's where you would model peer review for the students. So peer review is where students look at each other's writing task and they remark on them. They give feedback. If you don't guide the students when they're doing these peer reviews, they will simply mark punctuation and grammar. You need to give them a scaffolded set of questions to answer about the writing, and you also need to model it as a whole class first before you turn the students loose to do that. So some discussion questions that I wanted these pre-service teacher readers to think about. What do you need to know about your learners and how might you learn that information? Brainstorm some ways to help your students be aware of the features of various genres. Think about the challenges you've had with writing, both in your first language and in English. What from your own experience can you share with your students? I have always shared my writing experiences with my students. And I tell them how difficult it is. And then construct a rubric for your next writing assignment based on the actual task and the outcomes. So here are some sources that are free that I found on the internet that are very, very good. Writing Spaces, Readings on Writing is very, very full of articles that are focused on teaching English or teaching writing in English, not necessarily to second language learners, but these could be adapted or they could be good for the readers of this textbook to read and then use some of those ideas with their English learners. Constructing rubrics, that's a very difficult thing for most of us to do, and especially for pre-service teachers. So there's something there to help with that formal writing feedback. Writing conferencing. I conferenced with my writers after every unit, or toward the end of the unit before their final drafts were due. But you have to know how to do these conferences. Mine were always 15 minutes or more, but Edutopia here has a good little article on conducting 5-minute writing conferences. And then the Purdue Online Writing Lab, hosted by Purdue University in Lafayette or West Lafayette, Indiana, in the United States, is free. And they have, it's chock full of ESL teacher resources by this link. And there are my references. Here are the Dana Ferris references that I think are really helpful and I use as the basis for my teaching reading and writing instruction and assessment. Any questions?
Thank you, Melinda. I'm just fascinated with writing. I love writing, and the more I read about it, the more I love teaching it to students and helping them explore their own writing and helping them become more than proficient, but expressive in writing for different purposes. And I liked I really identified what you said at the beginning of the session about how difficult it is for writing, how writing is very difficult for everyone, not just learners of a new language. And when that finally clicked with me was when I read about, the development of language. All cultures develop some kind of spoken and listening language. Not all cultures. In fact, very few cultures or languages actually develop a written form. So that was like the light bulb went on then. Thank you.
That's true. That was really fascinating when you talked about the third point in your presentation, when you said that the teachers need to share their experiences with students of how they found writing different to their L1 or how they could compare it to the first language and what difficulties the teachers felt. I think we've all been through a rigorous writing process with the book as well, revising, editing, and all of that. So I could completely see where you were coming from. We really enjoyed listening about this topic. And another thing I loved about the way you talked about peer feedback, that seems to be the most difficult thing to carry on because students are reluctant to give feedback in the way. So some of the ideas that you presented where you have to scaffold it, where you have to model it to the students, where you have to give the students a set of questions to work through. Those were some very useful tips, very practical. If Heather, do you have anything you would like to add, or Cynthia? All right, so that brings us to the end of this panel, and I'm happy to meet you all. Putting faces to names, it's really nice. It's been nice to meet you all. And I think in 5 minutes from now, we will be starting with the next panel. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise, for being with us, and for telling us all that you have written and learned about. It was fantastic to see you all. So if the ISL moderator would let me have a 5-minute break, and then we can start with the next panel. How does that sound? Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sí, profe, no hay problema.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you all. Bye-bye.
En vivo, profe. Ya estamos, profe.
Okay, welcome everybody. We are in the panel discussion for the third Paraguayan Congress of Applied Linguistics here in Asunción, Paraguay. It's a wonderful day, and we have a wonderful panel with us with Carla Fernandez, Nicolas Dantas, Carol Ortiz, Matthew Waki, Sal Finelli de Ortiz, Veronica Sanchez, Jonathan Poon, and me, Harshini Lalwani, who's going to be your host, as well as I'm going to be presenting my own talk in this panel. All of you, welcome. It's nice to have you all here. And I'm looking forward to listening from you all. Our first speaker is Nicolas Dantas, and he is going to be talking about current approaches in English language teaching. Nicolas, over to you.
Thank you, and hello everyone. So can you see my presentation well at your end? Yes. All right. So as the title says, the idea is to talk a little bit about current approaches in English language teaching. Of course, this is very difficult to narrow it down to just a few approaches that could fit in a chapter, but basically you will find this chapter, this topic in chapter 33. It's in the division of methods and approaches. And basically, I would like to start by giving you some introduction. Of course, as I was saying, there is a wide methodological range of approaches that we can choose nowadays. Since the advent of the communicative movement, research has expanded. And even before that, we had a wide variety of methods to choose from. So I think that's what makes probably the teacher's job, the language teacher's job, so challenging sometimes, is knowing which method or approach to choose depending on what you want to choose. And that leads us to how do we make the right decision. And the right decision is always the one that would help your students learn in an easier and faster way. The idea of this chapter is I tried to pick some key approaches that would serve as kind of overall overarching approach to how you can face the teaching of skills or the teaching of language or the teaching of for communication. Of course, as I always tell my students at college, there is no recipe when it comes to teaching. So you should bear in mind that these are some of the many approaches that are available. And in understanding these current approaches, one of the things that we need to understand is the paradigm shift that took place in the 70s when we stopped simply talking about linguistic competence and we started talking about communicative competence and the idea of Delheim's, of really making language for communication and not just as a set of principles and parameters. So basically, it's this understanding. This is the Chomsky's view of language and Heim's view of language. So with the advent of the revolution of interactionism through communicative competence, we also have the idea of Wilkins with his notional syllabus, and the idea that we should teach students different notions of the language and functions of the language, which would go in hand with the idea of communicative competence and the idea that we should not just focus on the language, but also understand the discourse and the strategies, okay, and the social cultural aspects. In 1981, in the field of language teaching, we had the very first publication on communication, and it's the seminal work of Littlewood on communicative language teaching. And even though this book does not prescribe instruction, it does set some great understandings or principles on how we can organize our teaching. And all this was then wrapped up, I would say, by Kumaradivelu's notion of the post-method condition and the post-method era, and the idea that there wasn't a perfect method, but that there is a methodology that we should use. So bearing all this in mind, we need to start focusing on which are these major dimensions that we should focus on. So the first one has to do with communicative language teaching being the approach that highly focuses on fluency. So if we really want students to be fluent, which is the idea behind this communicative competence, and why the linguistic competence from Chomsky is so questioned, is we need to advocate to a CLT philosophy, let's say. There are, in its oranges, when all this started, according to Brumfitt, there was this strong form of CLT. So CLT can be divided in two big terms, like the strong and the weak form. And the strong form was this highly communicative, functional, notional, and not where grammar was tried to be avoided. However, as Scott Thornbury then describes, and other authors, this just fell short because students were fluent, but they weren't accurate. And at the end of the day, they wanted students to have a little bit of both things. I mean, to be fluent and to be accurate. So the weak form of CLT emerged in the 90s, and I would say it's the one that we have nowadays, in which we have an understanding that functions and communication is important, but at the same time, linguistic awareness in the sense of grammatical understanding is important. So these are the three main dimensions that we should bear in mind when we pick approaches. So how does all this apply pedagogically, and what we can suggest? So from the array of approaches that we have, task-based language teaching is definitely one of the most communicative approaches that we have. Why? Because it's centered on the use of tasks, which, as we all know, originally they were defined as these classroom activities or not, depending on the author that you follow, that have a very unpredictable outcome, that are not linguistically oriented or that have a specific language focus in mind, and that they are not controlled. So, I mean, this, like CLT, has evolved, and we have authors like, for example, Ellis, that start distinguishing between focus and unfocused tasks, or Noonan, that distinguishes between real-world tasks and pedagogical tasks, and there are many other classifications. But truth is that whenever it comes to teaching for communication and really engaging students in the communicative act, the implementation of tasks are fantastic for the development of students' fluency. And of course, if well scaffolded, okay, by maybe using more focused tasks at the beginning and then some unfocused tasks, etc., it's a great approach. We also have another approach that is, it's very questioned. Some authors say that it's not very communicative, others say that it's very communicative. Jeremy Harmer even reformulated this as the engage, study, activate approach, but originally it's the presentation, practice, production approach. And it's a fantastic approach within the communicative umbrella that will help students pick the language system. So that is to say grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation. Okay, so if you're teaching this because it's short, sweet, and to the point, so 5 minutes, you present, then you practice in the controlled and semi-controlled form, and then you produce. And of course, with the advent of communicative language teaching came the idea of an integrated skill instruction approach. And the main difference here, and I know there are other chapters that deal with this more in detail, but in this chapter, what we help the reader understand is that real integration grants communication, but real integration only exists if the outcome of one skill becomes the input of the other skill. If not, we are simply just working with skills together in the classroom, but we are not integrating. So we are following the traditional segregated skill approach in which we do the pre, the while, and the after. But the magical thing about integrated skill instruction is that the outcome of one skill, for example, if my students are speaking, whatever they produce is necessary or becomes the pre of the next skill. So that discussion, let's say that we are discussing about something, then I give them a text and they go into the text to check if their predictions were right or wrong or whatever. So basically, there is a clear interconnection. Why the text exists? Because I was discussing and I need to check what I was discussing. So, and because I think I'm almost there in time, some key concepts to remember is that CLT is grounded in on the interactionist view of language and the social constructivist view, that there is a strong and a weak form, and nowadays we are advocating to a weak form rather than strong form. That TBL is probably one of the most communicative approaches that has high efficiency. PPP is recommended for the teaching of the language system and integrated skills for to respond to how language takes place in the real world. There are different discussion questions that we can talk about when it comes to this, and you can discuss or think about them when you read the chapter. I gave you at least some links that you can watch on these topics, and this is some of the bibliography. And I'm sorry because I think I exceeded my time a little bit.
No, you were right on time. We had a few minutes for questions, so we used that time. But if anybody has a comment, anyone has a question to ask? All right. Okay, so let's move on then. I still don't see Carla here. If anyone else sees her, please let me know that she's here so we can give her an opportunity to speak as well. Our next speakers are Carolina Ortiz and Matthew Wakey. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes,
thank you.
Perfect.
And they are going to talk about using theater to teach English. How exciting. Over to you guys.
Okay, so I'm going to try and share my screen. There, can you guys see it?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So I'm Matthew Wakey. I was a Fulbright scholar in Paraguay. And Carolina Ortiz Rufanelli and I worked together on this chapter. She dragged me into it. And it's very simple. It's just using theater to teach English. Carolina Ortiz Rufanelli works with the Style Rufanelli English, and that's her organization, as well as, what else do you do, Carolina? You do a lot of things, but that's her main organization. So it's chapter 29. It's in the content and language vision. I had trouble deciding what the topic was because it seems like the title is the topic. It's using theater to teach. So that's the topic. Our premise when we began was that theater or drama, however you want to describe it, is a great way to teach anything. whether we're talking about science or math or history or English. So we began with that premise. We didn't spend a lot of time in the chapter talking about, trying to justify that. We just said that's true. And there's a lot of evidence that backs this up, that theater supports language acquisition. It strengthens fluency. It provides opportunity to use vocabulary and to build vocabulary. The other thing that's really interesting about it is it increases student comfort level. And one would think that some people, even shy kids, theater can make them feel a little bit uncomfortable, but when they're focusing on the theater, they lose their uncomfortableness about working with the language. And so it sort of balances it out, and they're shy about getting up, but it kind of have some focus on the language. It fosters community because you work in groups a lot. And probably the most important thing is it's fun. It adds fun to the class. And in fact, that's a really important part of of using theater to teach the English. So the background is this. I'm an actor, I'm a theater artist, and so I come at it this way, and so's Carolina too. She's actually a great actress. But as an actor, you have to answer the following questions: who you are, that's your character, what's going on, the plot, the story, where you are, because you act differently on the subway than you do or at church than you do at a party, for example. And then the harder question is why are you there, why are you speaking? And so those are things that as actors we need to learn. But those same questions apply in a different way when you're using theater to teach English. We're not asking people to be actors, but we still have to focus on these kinds of questions. So the who of when you're teaching English normally is, the person themselves. So you are yourself and say, so, what do you like when you're cold? And then as you get more and more involved in the process of using theater in it, then you can start to expand that a little bit and say, okay, pretend you're an angry waiter now and complain to the customer. And that becomes the who. And so you need to focus on that when you're teaching English to the class. The what is the story. And that's similar. People use a lot of stories, traditional stories. Caperucita Roja is pretty much universal. And so that's a story that you can use. The plot is really important. Or if you're doing a really simple improvisation, making it really clear what the circumstances are, what's going on. You're lost and you need to ask directions. The where is also a part of what you need to do as an actor, but also in English class. Where are you? You're in a restaurant, you act different, and you're on the street asking directions. The why, just like as an acting, when you talk about teaching English, is also a little more complex and really should be saved for sort of later as you get more and more fluent with the language, because the why requires a lot more in-depth thing. Why does Little Red Riding Hood not listen to her mother and talk to the big bad wolf? Those kinds of questions are a little deeper, and so are for maybe learners who are a little more proficient in the language. And that's kind of the background of our chapter and what we talked about. The main dimensions of the class is this way. And we talked about how you really have to build up when you're using theater. And so the easiest thing is to begin with icebreakers. And those everybody uses, I know, but there really are a precursor to using drama. I mean, if you say, everybody touch your knees, now everybody touch your head. I mean, those kinds of icebreakers, even though one doesn't traditionally think of them as theater, they really are. I mean, they're the beginning of physicality and using theater to work with the language. And you can use those kinds of things in pairs. You can say, okay, turn to your partner and have them, tell them what body part to touch or whatever. Then the next sort of step or level is pretending. Pretend you're cold. Pretend you're outside. Pretend you're talking. Pretend you don't know what to order at the restaurant. Pretend you're lost. Those kinds of things. And we, Carolina and I talked about 1,000 different theater games and improvisations. And our chapter at one point, I think, was like 75 pages long because we wanted to include all these theater games. But the only one that I'll mention, because it was the first one that both of us said, is the idea of using uses for this. So how many times, what can you use this for? So you can use it as a pen. You can also use it to scratch your back. You can use it to clean your ears. You can use it as a toothbrush. What is this good for? And so that's one traditional theater game that is wonderful to use in an English class, because their focus is here, and it becomes easy to do. After you work on some games and some improvisations, then you can start to move into role plays. And I guess those are very similar to improvisations. But as I mentioned a bunch of them, I keep saying the same ones over and over again. I must have had a bad experience at a restaurant, because I keep thinking, if you're an angry waiter and you're tired of your customers, what would happen and how would you speak? And so those kinds of role plays are really fun for the students, and they're really helpful for you to assess their vocabulary and their understanding of the language. And then we also recommend that at the end of a unit or the end of a play or the end of a course, that you use a play. And we included in our appendix a short play. We picked the topic of the environment and some animals that are endangered in Paraguay. And we wrote a little play that can be used in a bunch of different ways. You can use it really simply, where you just read it, have everybody read it, and then the next day get on your feet and perform it. Or you could expand it and really create props and create costumes and make it a big, long experience. And so that's kind of the order of how things are going, or should go, rather. So here are the key concepts to remember. It increases fun in the classroom, and it deepens understanding. Begin with icebreakers and move towards more complex drama. Remember that pretending is a great word, because it takes the pressure off the students, and it they can then demonstrate their knowledge. The suggestion is that if you use drama once a week for short periods rather than for sporadic periods over a long period of time, that becomes a lot more useful, so that you're building up with the students, rather than not doing very much and then say, okay, now we're going to spend 6 weeks working on this play. You really kind of need to build up to it. And then we recommend that you finish with a play or a presentation to wrap up a unit so they can demonstrate it. Or at the end of the school year and do a big production, so they can really, really have to use the language, because when you're acting, you have to use the language from inside here. Let's see. And then here are some references here. The first three that are online, those are mostly filled with ideas of different games and improvisations, some of which we, I think, put in our chapter and some of which we didn't. But these three here are filled with lots of good ideas if you want ideas. And then the last resource I put up here, just because we didn't really talk about it, is the total physical response approach to student learning, which works. I was going to say works better for younger students, which I think is true, but I mean, it works for everybody. But that really is, total physical response really is what drama is all about. I spoke kind of fast because I hope I didn't speak too fast, but the time difference, I got it all mixed up. So I had to run in here, and I apologize about how I'm dressed as well. So
No,
well, that's
this is
chapter.
wonderful. Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much for doing. I mean, you did a wonderful explanation of what the chapter is about. And again, just to clarify that there will be a moment in the chapter where you will see the exercises, as you well said, that we adopted them for beginner, elementary, high, intermediate, and advanced proficiency students, so that you can do the same game and like make it more complex, right, for students, so everybody can get a chance to expand their communicative skills, right? So it's all connected and have fun at the same time. And we hope that you end up doing, some of you end up doing the little role play or the theater of the tero that we wrote
It's
at the
free.
end of the
It's
chapter.
free. You don't have to pay any royalties.
Yeah. I think Jonathan has a question.
Jonathan, do you have a question?
Yes, yeah, I do. Vero and I are in the same room, so we turn off the audio so that we don't have the echo in the background. So I just wanted to say thank you for this great presentation. And one thing is that I've been thinking for the past couple of years or more that, well, it's a reflection that we language teachers tend to overemphasize the methodological aspect. There's nothing wrong with the previous presentation. There's nothing, this is nothing against communicative language teaching or any other methodology, but we sometimes tend to forget that we can draw from other disciplines to make our teaching more active and just different. So I think that, and I believe that the arts play an important role in language teaching, and it's great to see a confirmation of what I believe through your presentation. So it was great to see that. So I just wanted to say that and congratulate you for this. Looking forward to reading your chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
So
much.
it's a really interesting chapter to read, isn't it? I was really impressed by the different ways of using a pen, and then you said you can use a pen as a toothbrush, and I wondered if I would want my students to use a pen as a toothbrush. They might have ink on their teeth, and then I'll be in trouble. But yeah, it's a great idea. I really enjoyed the presentation. It was great to hear about the different ways you can use theater in class, and yes, it was fantastic. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I think it's Sal, did you have something to say? Did you say something, Sal?
No,
Oh, okay.
Hi, Stael. I haven't seen you in a while.
Hi, how are you? How are you doing? It was a very good presentation, very clear. So next time to come to Paraguay, you will train my teachers.
Okay, deal.
I think it's my turn now to share the screen, and my presentation is about lesson planning. Not as exciting as theater, but equally important for teachers. Can I share the screen? If Mr. Becky, if you could stop sharing yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I sure will. I want to talk some more. No, I will stop sharing.
Okay.
And I actually have a student conference I need to go to, so I'm going to go and maybe come back.
All right. I'm going to see if I can share my screen with you. I think this is the one. Yeah, here we go. So as I said, my lesson is not as exciting as acting, but it is equally important. And I'm talking about preparing to teach an effective lesson. And first of all, I would like to thank once again the two editors of the book who gave me the opportunity.
It's 4 o'clock.
I'm sorry, and to learn more about it, and at the same time to be able to share my experiences with the in-service teachers or the new teachers who will be entering in the field. My chapter is number 25 in the book, and it belongs to the division of context for teaching and learning. And there was a bit of confusion, like you said, what is the topic? But well, my topic is what are the things you need to take into consideration while planning a chapter. So moving forward, what I did in my chapter, I can't seem to, okay, what I did in my chapter is well, actually, before we go into it, I would like you all to take a moment to close your eyes and think about an excellent lesson that you have had. I'm going to go backwards so you don't have to read this. Think about an excellent recent lesson that you have had as a teacher or as a student, and think about how you enjoyed the lesson and what were the reasons why you enjoyed the lesson. So I'm just going to give you 10 seconds to think about it. All right, so now if you have remembered the fantastic lesson that you had, you must have noticed that that lesson was fantastic because it was engaging for you, and that because it had many different activities or enjoyable activities within it. The activities were well timed. They were not boring. The pace of the lesson was great. It was not too slow. It wasn't too fast. And you got many opportunities to interact with your teacher, interact with your students, or with other students in the class, with your colleagues, and you felt comfortable when you were talking to those students. You felt comfortable about your language. You felt comfortable about the people you were around. And that all of that makes a great lesson. And all of that just doesn't happen like this. It could happen like that if you're a very experienced teacher, but all those things require planning and prior thinking. And that's why lesson planning is very important. So why plan lessons? Because lessons give you a structure and they give you a framework. They give you a structure of what you're going to do at the beginning of the lesson and what you're going to do in the middle of the lesson and what you're going to do at the end of the lesson. They also provide you with a framework within the context of your curriculum. So are you just doing a lesson randomly, or are you teaching something that is a part of your curriculum? And what part of the curriculum is it? Does it come at the beginning of the course or at the end of the course? What are the things that need to be taught before teaching this lesson? What are the things that will be taught after? So it provides you with a framework. Planning provides you with a framework of what you're going to teach during the year. It also helps you to prepare your materials, prepare your resources. It helps you to prepare your time, your space, where you're going to teach. Like it was said earlier in the one with theater, preparing a space where people could be themselves, and also preventing the issues that might happen during the lesson. So if you're planning well, you know that, sometimes the internet goes off when I am showing something. So in this case, what am I going to do if the internet doesn't work? What if my computer all of a sudden decides to update? That has always been a problem, right? In the middle of the lesson, you're ready to show something and your computer decides that it's going to go into an update process. What am I going to do then? What if the lights go off suddenly, depending on where you are? What if it rains and there is a lot of noise? What about the traffic? What about the recess? So all of these will help you prevent the difficulties you will have while lesson planning. It will also teach you how to manage the space better. How do I put the chairs? Are they supposed to be facing each other? Do they have to go to the sides of the room so students have some space in middle to do a mingling activity where they have to meet? Also, planning helps you to meet individual needs of your students. If you plan a lesson, you will be able to cater your course or your lesson to each student. Faster students, the slower students, the students who need more support, the students who are into special needs. So planning, when you plan, you consider all these things. And you also consider how you are going to know what your learners learn and how much they learn. There is always a gap between teaching and learning. Teachers like to teach, but there's always a gap. Are students learning? So to fill this gap, you need to think beforehand. Where am I going to test or evaluate what my students have learned? How am I going to evaluate my students? What techniques am I going to use to know they are picking on what I'm teaching them? And finally, I think planning is very important for professional development. If you have a plan, you can look back at your plan and you can say, this went well, this did not go well. I think I should know a little bit more about teaching theater because then I could use this in a better way, or I should try to use the task-based approach for this kind of a lesson the next time. So that way you are learning from your own practice and you are using your information for your own development. So that is also another important part of lesson planning. So factors you need to consider before you plan a lesson. Obviously, you need to know your learners, where they are, who they are, what do they need to learn, why are they learning this, what is their background, their educational background, What is the social background? What is the cultural background? All of those play a very important role in how you would plan your lessons. Also, of course, is important the institutional curriculum. If the curriculum is based on an exam that your learners need to do in the future, maybe your learners are going to take an international exam in the future. So and that's what the curriculum is based on. Are you teaching to do an international exam? Or are you just teaching them to have fun in class and you don't really think much about academic English? Are your learners, is your curriculum, your business curriculum about business, or are you just teaching them general English, or you're teaching them something else? And also another important factor to consider is practical realities, because especially in places like Latin America, we don't have all the resources that are needed to teach in a classroom. There are many classes that don't have chairs. There are classes that don't have desks. There are classes that don't have a interactive whiteboard or in focus. So how are you going to meet all these practical realities that you are facing in your context? So those are the three factors which are important to consider before planning a lesson. And then in the chapter, I have put it in a table like this. I have adapted this table from Jeremy Harmer's book. I have added one or two things that I think is important, but I created it from his idea, and I think it's really nice, where you talk about taking the background information from the students and using that background information to create your lesson objectives. And once you know what you're going to teach, then the teacher goes on to the process of creating the content of the language and of creating the aspects of language that they are going to teach: grammar, phonology, grammar, phonology. What part of grammar are you teaching? Conditionals, present tense, past tense. In what context are you teaching it? That would be the part. What skills are you going to use in your class? Are you going to use listening and speaking, reading and writing? What activities are you going to do in the class? So the teacher then decides on each aspect of the language, and she puts it together and plans a lesson. And finally, how are you going to assess what your learners have learned? You can notice the different arrows, and the arrows again from assessment lead back to the objectives, where you can again check if your objectives have been met, and then you go back into the planning process to improve it going further. So this is the lesson plan which you would find in the book. This is a plan which has been adapted from the Instituto Sala Rufinelli de Ortiz. It's a plan that we work with our teachers at the Institute. I also work with Sala at the Institute, and this is what we use with them, where you can see that the teacher can note down everything she needs to write before the class. However, we do understand that not all teachers write lesson plans all the time, but it is necessary to write lesson plans when you are actually going to be observed and for academic reasons. And at the beginning, when you're beginning to teach, it's always good to write lesson plans, because they give you an opportunity to reflect on what you do, why you do it, and what you did after you have taught the lessons. So at the beginning, it takes a lot of time to write a lesson plan. I understand, and it is very difficult, but as time goes by, you will become faster at it, and you will become better at planning your lessons, and you will see the results of how much you improve when you plan lessons. So some of the suggestions I have for the teachers is also in the book. These are just a few that I have selected. Clear objectives, scaffold difficult tasks, start with something familiar, then go to more difficult tasks, vary your interaction time, have brief assessment at several points in the lesson, anticipate your problems, think about possible solutions. If this happens, this is what I'm going to do, and allow enough time for learning to take place. But most important, again, after you finish teaching your lesson, reflect on what you taught and improve your lesson for the next time. If you have to teach it again, it has to be better. You will take into consideration what could be improved and implement that in your lesson. Having said that, these are some of the places from where I took information about lesson planning as well. You will find a lot of things on the internet. You have the British Council website, you have many Cambridge website, many websites where you could go to and you can learn more about planning your lessons. So I hope you okay, I think I have done it in my time, a little over my time, but I'm right there. So yeah, if you have any questions about my chapter, after you read my chapter, my email address is there, and I would be happy to communicate with you and ask you about, or tell you more about it when we meet. And if anyone has anything to add to my topic, anything you would like to share before we move on to our next one? Any pieces of wisdom from your own experiences?
Voy a llevar ahí, poner nomás tu cosa. No, yo voy a irme a escuchar nomás allá.
All right, so let's move on then to the next presentation. Our next presentation is actually Style has put together a video presentation for her part. This is Style Rufinelli and Carolina Ortiz, who are going to talk to you about teaching English to young learners through authentic literature. All right, so I'm just going to play this, and Style and Carola both here. Yes, Carolina, do you want to say something? Carolina, I can't hear you. Are you saying something?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
For a moment, and then you disappeared again.
I am. Can you hear me?
Now, yes. I can't hear you now. Is it your microphone?
I think it's just very low for some reason. The microphone isn't picking up the voice very well.
When you move at a certain angle, we can hear you better, and then you move back and it disappears.
Veronica had a question from your presentation.
Yeah, sorry, Veronica.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to comment something that you raised in your presentation, is that it caught my attention and also raised my interest when students, especially at pre-service programs, tell us, well, why do you have to why do I have to plan a lesson if you don't, right? This is something that we face as teacher educators. And I do believe it's what I could understand from your chapter is that lesson planning, it's a matter of developing a discipline. So yeah, through the aspects that you mentioned, I think that through the time, the practice of planning a lesson, we develop a discipline. And this is something that I always insist on my practitioners, right? That once you get the experience once and again and again and again in planning a lesson, it's now you can say, well, I just need to write some notes, right?
Exactly.
But it's then, not at that point.
Exactly. But I also think that even as experienced teacher, we never go into a classroom without a plan in our head. I mean, it is so important, even if it is in a group form, even if it is just some things that we saw, which we have, I don't know, in a notepad, like you said. We still plan before we go into classes, and that's important.
That's right. And I'm looking forward to read your chapters and to share it with my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Shall I put on Carolina? Yeah,
We're ready.
all right, here goes.
Good afternoon, dear teachers. I'm Stal Rufinelli Ortiz, and I would like to share with you teaching English to young learners through authentic literature. Authentic literature should play an integral role at a school's curriculum for teaching English as a foreign language. We refer to authentic literature to those chapter books that were written for native speakers of English. This authentic literature can be age-appropriate chapter books written for English native speakers, so according to their age. Teachers should include specific activities at each stage of reading process in order to be successful. So we have those stages like pre-reading, during reading, and post-reading that I will talk about during this presentation. So when students learn to construct meaning by relating their book to their own experiences, they find pleasure in reading. So proponents of authentic literature argue that literature allows to see and appreciate the world from a different perspective. Language should not be simplified, according to Goodman, and also Dr. Whittockson also states that literature written for native speakers is preferable to simplification. And why is this? Because then the literature piece loses the main essence of the author's message. So by reading chapter books, young readers become involved in new cultures. So reading comprehension relies on textual knowledge, and this textual knowledge depends on the reader's schema about a text vocabulary, meaning, context, and culture. So teachers need to activate schema. Why do teachers need to activate schema? In order to build the background knowledge of the students. So before we start reading any chapter book, we have to select the text, the book that we're going to introduce to our students. And also, once we decide that, we have to introduce the author to the students. So then students can do connection between them and the author, and they can question the author when they are reading the book. So we also can connect the chapter book to content areas, and the content areas become, like social studies, for example, becomes even easier for the students because they do connections with the chapter books they're reading in class. So then reflection is extremely important. Why is important? Because teachers should reflect about the reading process, and according to the way they reflect about the reading process, that reflection will impact to the students' learning. We will also talk about essential questions that promote conversations and engage higher level of thinking that entail analyzing, inferring, evaluating, and predicting. Highlighted by McTighe and Wiggins in 2013, questions like what if, should, why, which one, and how. So I will start here by describing the pre-reading stage. We have here two pictures of two covers of Roald Dahl, James and Giant Peach, and we have the cover of Freckle Juice of Judy Blume. What we do first is we show the covers of the book, so we invite students to predict about what they think the story will be about. So then they do their predictions, they can write their predictions, or they can talk in groups to their classmates, and then while they're reading the books, the chapter books, they can reconfirm their prediction prior to the reading of the chapter book. They can also have this key chart, which is very interesting for students because they write in a category of what we know. So they bring everything to the class and to their peers, what they know about the story, or maybe they don't know anything. So they write what they would like to know about the story, or because maybe they have read some previous chapter books of the same author. And once they finish reading the chapter books, then they can talk about what they have learned. Then we have during reading. During reading, you can guide students through the book by using several activities to enhance understanding. So students can describe their favorite part of the story, and they can tell their peers, they can compare it to their own peers, what their own peers described, and also character traits. So they have to describe, for example, analyze the character traits and say, for example, why they consider this character mean, or why they consider this character creative or tricky, and they have to provide the evidence to the class. And they can also write letters. So the students brainstorm the letters. So they put their ideas in like a web page, and then they write a letter to their own friend, to their main character, as their friend, as if they were their friends. Okay, so then we have some post-reading activities, and these are very important to go over very carefully, because this is what is important, and these are questions that work or take students to a very high level of questions, higher level of thinking, I'm sorry. So we have, like, should James have really trusted the old man? So this should, as students make moral or practical decisions based on gathered knowledge and evidence. And we have then, what clues did the author offer to prepare you to expect this ending? So students should provide and tell the class what clues they used in order to find their answers during reading. And also, why did James stay with his aunts even though they were so mean? So for Magpie and Wiggins, the what if question is more, they're hypothetical and require students to gain knowledge to predict what will happen. And then we have, why did James stay with his aunts even though they were so mean? And also requires, again, understanding of cause and effect. And again, we have here, what if Aunt Sponge and Ice Spiker never got hit by the giant peach? Again, we have, like, require students to gain knowledge to predict their questions. And also, why were the people in New York so scared? Again, they compare and to the insects. And we have, what if the cloud? Again, we have the same question with what if. And as you can see here on the slide, students worked in collaboration with their peers, and then they share with the rest of the class. Also, when we're getting to the end of the book, or after we have finished reading the chapter book, we can put the students in circle. And so we just provide students this card. So they can use polite phrases for discussion. So the teacher reminds them to use how to give opinions, how to agree, how to disagree, how to not interrupt or interrupt the classmates when doing the discussion, and also for checking for understanding. So then we have students writing comics, which is fantastic because they write comics based on the book, about the whole book. And so this takes a while, and while they're writing their comics, they enjoy and they start remembering their memorable parts of the story. As you can see, we have some more comics of the students' production here, and they can even have an exhibition and show this to the parents. And so we have, as a conclusion of this, we have to remember that build background knowledge before starting to read, present key vocabulary to enhance reading comprehension. We also learned that we have to follow 3 stages for the reading process: pre, during, and post. And we have to use these essential questions, like I have just mentioned, allow students time for students to elaborate thinking, autonomous learning. And so you learn also to integrate literature into language classes to help learners develop their language skills. Like I said, become independent learners, assume ownership for their own learning. And you learn the literature helps students discover new cultures, social skills, and values, which in turn can shape their attitudes toward unexpected situations. by using also our training chapter books and EFL chapters classes, you can make a difference in how your students engage with literature, learn new vocabulary, grammar, and build understanding and confidence in meaningful and creative ways. We also have some discussions that we can work on. So this might be good if you can go over the chapter book, so you will find these questions that you can discuss with your colleagues or your peers. And we also provide some actions that you must take before you start using a chapter book, like select books and read and analyze the books, the age, the level, the proficiency of the students, and what books to choose. And you have to elaborate the questions to help understand this book and discuss it with a classmate. I really would like to thank you very much for attending this presentation. So I hope I can reach you once again, and I'm able to answer all the questions that you would feel like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Style, for that presentation. If anyone would like to add a comment to something that Style said. Yes, it is a great presentation, all right. So Carolina and Style do a lot of work with children and with them reading literature, and they really come up with all these fantastic posters and stuff, and it's amazing how much the students learn, and then they remember these stories even after they are teens, in their teenagers, or when they are older and they come to advanced levels. They still, oh, I remember we read that book and we worked so hard during that book. It's wonderful how you can work and do so many things with literature with the students. All right. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just, in case they would like to know a little bit more, maybe we can find some other time, because we're running out of course, we have a lot to share in terms of using authentic literature, because some people just do not believe on that, and we do really believe on that. Since I opened my institute, I started going to the States, I would bring some original textbooks, chapter books, and I try with my students, and that was more than 35 years ago.
Thank you, Style. That's wonderful. I can just see that Carla is with us. Carla, you were supposed to be the first one to present, but would you be okay going last? Because we have Jonathan.
Yes, no problem. I had some connectivity issues, but now I'm fine.
No problem. We are happy you're here. So Veronica and Jonathan, without wasting much time, I'm going to pass the mic to you. We are all yours.
Thank you very much. Give me just a second, please. I'm moving my. So we are very glad to be with you this morning, this afternoon, noon in Mexico. What we are presenting is our chapter in this panel series for this book, and what we will be chapter 51 in the book, and it's under the career development and enhancement topic. And our specific topic for our chapter, we have a lot of experience in teacher education, and we decided to contribute in one of what we think is one of the most important phases in teacher education, which is observation, right? And our theoretical framework that we're using is transformation in the teaching process. So we would like, in our introduction, the motivation to write this chapter and to contribute is that in Mexico, at least, we face a number of challenges, which were, as I say, the motivation to address this chapter. And one of them is that recognizing ELT teachers as a profession has been an issue in Mexico and Latin America. Sometimes we are gradually being recognized as professionals, right? But still there is some reluctancy to recognize you. Teacher educators also, it's that we are responding to very specific sociocultural needs in different contexts in Latin America, and specifically in Mexico, where we have a huge community, huge indigenous community, and now we have returnee students from the States. So this is something and a challenge that we are facing as teacher educators. As teacher educators. The other challenge that we are facing is that little by little, more and more training models have emerged, right? So we need to prepare pre-service teachers in this evolving educational context and on-site learning moments. For example, the pandemic, this is something that we face as well, and we didn't know exactly what model to implement or to use to continue their training. Another motivation and challenge as well is that we had to give a specific attention when designing and implementing teacher education pedagogy, as Johnson and Golombek state in 2018, specifically for the previous challenge, which is the emerging models, the specific needs, different contexts, etc., etc. Our theoretical basis for this chapter, it's mainly on a sociocultural perspective, where our focus is human cognition through the development and learning as inherently social. So it's something that we are very attached to this social interaction, to growth and to learn. There is also, we are using the framework of supervision and mentoring within this sociocultural perspective to frame our view of observation in teacher education. And very importantly, we are adopting mediation, this concept and idea of mediation in language education by doing observation. We think that when doing observation, it's a very, very important phase where we mediate as teacher education, and where mediation can take place. And also we are framing this proposal in one model that we proposed in 2010 when we published a resource guide for TEFL mentors and supervisors. Well, the model that we are suggesting in our chapter for the observation of practitioners is the one that we adapted from Orlando Barak conceptualization of observation, and also from Johnson and Golombek's mediation in teacher education. We also decided that the three key components in the observation cycle are key in our proposal, and you know, as teacher educators, that the three moments are of relevant importance here: before the lesson, during the lesson, and after the lesson. And these are the moments where mediation artifacts start working for our practitioners, and we as mentors and supervisors need to negotiate in this first moment to focus, as you can read in our presentation, in these three key moments. So the key concepts that we are using in our chapter, these are the ones that you can read here. We use observation with the purpose of establishing a good relationship to maximize success and minimize challenges when supervising and observing and communicating with our practitioners. Also, we believe that participating in observation is one of the most recommended ways to enhance understanding and transformation. You know, when we participate in this observation, we are responsible to promote this transformation in our practitioners. We also adopt the conceptualization of transformation as a process where sharing, interaction, observing, and reflection are processes or activities in our teaching context, and that are also described as social and joint effort. So this is something that we do believe that we should focus on this effort as a joint group, as a joint a team to promote transformation. Observation is also a discursive activity inherently constructive. This is something that we adopted from Orland Barak. And finally, we do believe also that supervisor and mentor and teacher practitioners both are responsible to reflect, to promote reflection and evaluation before, during, and after observation. Now I will give Jonathan the time to continue with this presentation.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Super. So before I continue with this slide, I also want to emphasize the fact that this model is a model that we suggest is highly situated in the particularities of each context. We, in Latin America, we share somehow similar challenges, but there are also differences in terms of, how we approach teacher education. We are proposing the idea of this observation model because we have experience in a pre-service teacher education program. So what we think is that even though we cannot show you right now the proposed observation forms that we are including in the chapter, we think that we would it would be very useful to think of the observation cycle as somehow, as we watching one of the previous presentations regarding reading for for younger learners, there's always a pre, a during, and a post moment in which observation and the mediation through this observation takes place. So we would like to encourage you to take a look at if you are in a teacher education program, or if you don't have to be a teacher educator to look at this as a useful resource, but also sometimes we as language teachers also become mentors, what we call mentors, and we host in our classrooms pre-service teachers, and this is something that would be very useful. You will find very useful to help the pre-service teacher, the supervisor, and yourself as a mentor to mediate and to promote transformation. So we think that by taking action through this model means that you need to optimize your growing knowledge about observations as an integral part of the transformative teaching process. We think that we believe that we transform as we teach, and as we observe, and as we have conversations, we promote transformation. So there are some aspects that were included in the chapter, actually appendices, that we would like to invite you to take a look at, and why not give us some feedback, and maybe also promote mediation on these artifacts that we are proposing at the teacher education level. So this is more like an explanation of the actual observation formats. We would like to encourage you to take a look at them and give us some feedback. Let's promote some discussion. Let's see, and why not try them with your teacher educators program, and give us some feedback, because that would promote a lot of transformation. The next one, Vero, we're almost done. I'm almost done. I know that the bell just rang. So this is an invitation also. Oh, this is just some questions that we think that would promote transformation, would promote mediation, and would promote discussion when you host. If you are a language teacher, again, I would like to emphasize that you don't have to be a teacher educator, but also you can be a mentor, someone who hosts pre-service language teacher, and you can use these questions to promote transformation. So finally, now the next one, please, Vero. These are some of the things that we suggest that you look at in order to have more information regarding this. And finally, the references, the most important that we think that you could look at regarding this model. So thank you so much for your time and your patience and your attention.
Can I ask you one question really quickly, before we move on to Carla? One of the things that happens with observations, teacher observation, is the anxiety on the in-service or the novice teachers. They feel very anxious about being observed. How do you, in your program, help the teachers not feel so anxious? How do you take out this fear of being observed?
Yeah, I think that you are right. What we do from the very beginning of the program is to start from the very low risk, as well as, in the 90s, he suggested. And what we do is some sort of micro teachings, and train them from the very beginning of the program to be in front of the classroom, to start with mini lessons, 5-10 mini activity with their own peers. And then we ask the next door teacher, for example, to allow our teachers to teach and to try one activity. So we are increasing gradually, the time, the exposure time, so that the students can get more familiar to present in front of a classroom, to reduce their anxiety, as you say, little by little. So this strategy, I don't think it's new. I don't think it's that innovative, but this is something that is working with our students, to expose them gradually from a very low risk to a very high risk to experience teaching in our own program with their own peers. And sometimes we ask them to teach something different, which is not language, teaching to use something, teaching even a recipe, teaching something that it's not familiar to the rest of the group, so they feel really the moment, and this is something that is working for us.
All right, something we could give a try to as well. And an encouraging comment, says Sharon, for shy teachers. So having said that, we now move to the last presentation. If nobody has any other comments or any questions, I'll now pass the mic to Carla.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for having me. It's nice what Veronica was mentioning, because it ties really neatly with also what I'm presenting today. So let me go ahead. Today, I'll be talking about implicit and explicit learning in second language acquisition and the different aspects of the neuroscience behind how we acquire language in general and specifically a second language. Just a little bit about me. I'm from the neuroscience side of teaching. I'm very focused on learning and language processing in general. I did my whole career in the US, and I recently moved back to Paraguay, where I would want to start eventually an EEG lab where we use EEG to study language processing here as well. Anyways, we know that acquiring a second language, particularly after a certain age, can be challenging. We've all tried it, maybe a third language or a fourth language. It gets increasingly harder as we age, right? Babies and children in general have much more plasticity and an easier time with learning language. And the truth is that we teach babies learn how to talk and learn about language implicitly. We're not giving them instructions on grammar necessarily, or this is how you conjugate this verb, and this is an irregular verb, this is a regular verb. They do all this through statistical learning, which our brains can do to track the regularities and irregularities of a language. Okay, so when we think about second language instruction, there are typically two different and kind of opposing strategies. And my idea for this chapter in the book was to advocate for a strategy that combines both, because we can get the best of both worlds when we combine these two strategies. Implicit learning is when students acquire new knowledge merely through exposure. So you present them, for example, with a movie, or you just start talking. It's basically immersion, just like babies would, or if you went, I don't know, if you went abroad and no one spoke English or Spanish, for me, it would be like being immersed and trying to implicitly pick up something. Explicit learning, on the other hand, requires the instructor to be giving very intentional instructions. So right now we're going to talk about, I don't know, adjectives or grammar or past tense. This is what we're doing, and this is how you do it. So it's very fixed and sort of not so flexible. But it's certainly very useful when we have to teach about irregular verbs or things that are harder to explain implicitly, okay? So I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but all of the evidence suggests that implicit learning may lead to better outcomes, particularly when we measure brainwaves. For example, if we compare native learners and how they process language to those who were instructed more implicitly or explicitly in a second language, those that received more implicit language learning opportunities had more similar brainwaves to that of native speakers, okay? And of course, that brings a whole new debate about whether we actually want that. Is that what we're looking for? Or are we just looking for them to be able to communicate and so forth? So that's not what I'm going to talk about today. The only thing that I want to emphasize is that there is no way to determine which one is really better. All students are different, right? And there are many factors that we need to take into account when we design our classes and when we design our lectures. Some of the determining factors in overall success in second language acquisition, and also in how we incorporate explicit or implicit learning, rely on are the students, or is the student, because each student is a whole world, is the student sufficiently motivated? Are they putting enough time? Are they being exposed to this language we're trying to teach them enough? How's the quality of instruction? It's just one teacher, another teacher. There's so many other things to consider. And of course, something that we rarely talk about, but we should, are cognitive factors such as memory and attention, the attention span of the different students. Some students have better memories or short-term memories than long-term memories and so forth. So those are all aspects that we need to take into account when designing how we do it. So in practice, how do we do it? So I say, yes, do the best of both worlds. Easier said than done, right? So in the classroom, this can be something like, okay, so we start out with an explicit learning opportunity. We're gonna be talking about, I don't know, irregular verbs, how to conjugate them and their past tense, and we're gonna do an exercise just on that, okay? The second part of the classroom, or an exercise in that classroom, can incorporate implicit learning opportunities, okay? And that would be something like, okay, now a student, for example, I think Veronica was saying, a student can present on a recipe they did in which they have to incorporate these verbs, okay? So it's a much more naturalistic way of really cementing knowledge and putting it in context, which helps cognitively speaking, because when we create like memories and connections to things that are more meaningful than just words or forms in and of themselves, they tend to form better memories and we tend to acquire them better, okay? There are certain studies too that also say that, for example, there are certain aspects of grammar or syntax that are better acquired through implicit learning, whereas more semantic aspects can be better taught explicitly, okay? But this is, as in everything in psycholinguistics and neurolinguistics, there's still a lot of debate. We use different methods and the field is still fairly new. So people are still trying to figure out if we can even separate it. Okay, for semantics, this is the best. For grammar, this is the best. For whatever else or pronunciation, this is the best. Okay, we don't know yet. So the truth is that successful classrooms in which students finish with high levels of acquisition and accuracy, or however you measure success in the end, incorporate both types of learning opportunities. And it's not always so easy to know what when to leave the students to their own devices, so to speak. But it's really not, because you can clearly determine, for example, which movie they will watch or which documentary they will watch or what they're going to talk about, but you give them room to create language on their own. As instructors ourselves, I think that the field is moving fairly quickly in the neuroscience and the cognitive aspects of learning, and we should incorporate those into how we design our classes. There are many findings about how to, create longer lasting memories, or how to create better connections between words and translation equivalence between L1 and L2 and so forth, that can help us determine how we teach our students and how we help their brains track second language better. So in my chapter book, I emphasize this a lot, and I have a lot of different suggestions on how to put this into action. So if you read it, you'll also see that I've incorporated some resources on understanding the neuroscience behind implicit and explicit learning and how to combine them in the classroom. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Carla. That was interesting. That's really, really interesting how neuroscience has a big part to play in education nowadays. If anyone has anything to comment or ask a question to Carla. Fantastic. I think then with this, we are closing our panel of speakers. You listened to Carla Fernandez last, but before that we had Nicolas Dantes, Carolina Ortiz, Matthew Waki, Sal Rufinelli, Veronica Sanchez, Jonathan Poon, and thank you all for having us here. Thank you for listening to us, thank you for all of you who came here and shared all of your knowledge and your textbook information and everything. It was really fantastic. I'm really looking forward to reading this book. So much to learn from here. We have another 5 minutes before we can before the close, so I think we can give our viewers a break before they go to the next session. All right.
Thank you, Harshini.
You want to take a picture? Yeah, sure, we can take a picture. Let me do that. If you want to put on your cameras, everybody, we can take a picture. All right, give me a second. There, I've got it all. Oops, Sal, and one more, please. Sal, you disappeared then.
Yes, I just want to know if we're going to take a picture.
Yes, I've got your picture, Sal. We are done. Okay. Great to see you all here. Fantastic to have you and listening from you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, all. It was such a pleasure to hear you and looking forward to read the book.
Same here. Bye-bye.
Sí, profe, no.
¿Y por qué no dice en la página, dice solo sala
Muy,
1?
muy buenas tardes a todos. Bienvenidos a este panel. Vamos a estar hablando del curso de actualización en lengua inglesa. Antes de continuar, quisiera recordarles a todos que este panel, así como todos los paneles anteriores y todas las ponencias, están siendo también transmitidas a través del canal de YouTube y van a quedar grabadas para que todos puedan verlas en cualquier momento del futuro. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos en el tercer Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada de Paraguay. Es un honor para nosotros estar aquí y queremos compartir con ustedes un poco de lo que estamos haciendo en pos de la educación de Paraguay, trabajando para mejorar y para llegar a tener la educación que todos nos merecemos. Quisiera empezar presentando a mis colegas con quienes vamos a estar presentando este panel. Primeramente quiero presentar a Maura Salimben. Ella es licenciada en lengua inglesa, también máster en educación de TESOL. También tenemos con nosotros a Marlene Santander, que es licenciada en psicología, máster en investigación científica y masterando en Education Advanced Practice. Tenemos a Sara Silva, que es licenciada en idiomas modernos y también está cursando la maestría en educación bilingüe. También tenemos con nosotros a Emma Paredes, que es licenciada en lengua inglesa, máster en ciencias de la educación con énfasis en desarrollo y evaluación de sistemas educativos. Va a estar con nosotros también Vicente Aguilar, que es licenciado en lengua inglesa. También posee un diplomado en administración de negocios y está en proceso de la tesis de maestría en negocios también. Y quien les habla, Cintia Rolón, soy licenciada en lengua inglesa y máster en estudios avanzados en educación social. Bueno, entonces vamos a proceder a contarles un poquito acerca del curso de actualización en lengua inglesa que actualmente estamos llevando a cabo. Bueno, como ya les comenté, somos Cintia Rolón, Maura Salimben, Vicente Aguilar, Sara Silva, Emma Paredes y Marlene Santander. Durante este panel vamos a hablar acerca de la identificación y datos relevantes acerca del proyecto que estamos llevando a cabo, el componente de lengua inglesa, el componente de metodología de la enseñanza, el componente de práctica docente y además vamos a comentar un poco todos los datos relacionados a los cursos virtuales y los desafíos que conllevan. Quisiera empezar diciendo que la educación es el arma más poderosa que puedes usar para cambiar el mundo, que no lo digo yo, lo dijo Nelson Mandela. Y es por ese motivo por el que tanto yo como todos los tutores que estamos trabajando en este proyecto, estamos dando lo mejor de nosotros para que nuestros colegas, también docentes de lengua inglesa, puedan continuar compartiendo saberes para seguir cambiando el mundo. En este caso vamos a cambiar el Paraguay, pero por algo se empieza. Este proyecto, este curso de actualización en lengua inglesa, nació a partir del convenio entre el Instituto Superior de Lenguas de la Facultad de Filosofía de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción y el Ministerio de Educación y Ciencias a través de su programa de capacitación de los educadores para el mejoramiento de los aprendizajes de niños, niñas, jóvenes y adultos del Paraguay, que todos conocemos como PROCEMA, que a su vez es ejecutado por la Unidad Ejecutora de Programas y Proyectos del Ministerio. Nuestros objetivos generales son el de mejorar el nivel de inglés de 700 docentes del sector público, proveer estrategias metodológicas para la enseñanza del idioma inglés y, por supuesto, contribuir con la mejora de la calidad educativa a nivel país. Algunos datos relevantes que puedo mencionar acerca del curso de actualización en lengua inglesa son que el curso se desarrolla en la modalidad virtual, es decir, en e-learning. Más adelante van a estar contándoles un poco acerca de los diferentes elementos que utilizamos durante el curso. Se divide en dos componentes. El componente de lengua inglesa, que es propiamente en el que enseñamos a hablar, a mejorar el conocimiento de inglés, y el componente de metodología de la enseñanza, en el cual proveemos las herramientas para que la enseñanza y el aprendizaje de la lengua inglesa sucedan de una manera amena, en la que tanto todos los alumnos como los docentes puedan ver el producto de su esfuerzo, y que ese esfuerzo y que esos frutos a su vez vayan dando más frutos y vayan mejorando más. Cada componente de este curso tiene una duración de 8 módulos. Tanto el componente de lengua inglesa como el de metodología de la enseñanza se dan al mismo tiempo. O sea que los alumnos tienen dos asignaturas, por llamarlas de alguna manera. El curso de lengua inglesa se desarrolla con una carga horaria de 6 horas semanales, 6 horas sincrónicas en las que los alumnos tienen que conectarse y tienen que participar de las clases para ir mejorando. Y el curso de metodología de la enseñanza, que tiene una carga horaria de 4 horas por semana. Entonces, durante esas 4 horas, los alumnos se conectan y compartimos experiencias, compartimos saberes, y nosotros les compartimos toda nuestra experiencia y nuestros conocimientos acerca de la metodología para que ellos puedan adaptar esto a su realidad y ir creando una manera de enseñar la lengua inglesa que sea útil en nuestra realidad. A continuación, mi colega Maura Salimben va a contarnos un poco acerca de la demografía y otros datos muy interesantes acerca del curso de actualización en lengua inglesa.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos. Primeramente, una de las cosas más resaltantes que tenemos en este proyecto es que logramos llegar a los 17 departamentos, más la capital del país, así como se puede ver en este gráfico. Entonces tenemos, si bien es cierto, en algunos departamentos tenemos un menor porcentaje, es la primera vez que un curso para lengua inglesa abarca a nivel nacional, ya que hay muchas personas o muchas escuelas que se encuentran en regiones muy alejadas, y de esta forma, al hacerlo un curso virtual, se logró acceder a más personas que por primera vez están recibiendo capacitación. También es importante mencionar que hoy en día el MEC está haciendo un esfuerzo para dotar de conectividad a la mayoría de las escuelas. Por lo tanto, los docentes que no tienen conexión en sus casas, ya sea porque viven en zonas rurales alejadas, por ejemplo, pueden conectarse desde las escuelas. Negociaron, por ejemplo, permisos con sus directores, entonces en ciertas horas ellos están libres para dar sus cursos. Y como tenemos cursos en los turnos mañana, tarde y noche, entonces no hay problema porque pueden hacerlo durante la mañana, durante la tarde, en un horario a convenir con sus directores. Bueno, otro dato que nosotros cuando empezamos a trabajar con el proyecto, empezamos a recabar los datos de cuáles son los antecedentes de nuestros docentes con los que vamos a trabajar. Tenemos que el 92.9% está enseñando inglés actualmente. Por lo tanto, todo lo que reciban en este curso, ellos lo van a poder aplicar. Entonces, va a ser como muy práctico para ellos. También era un requisito del ministerio para acceder a este curso, ¿verdad? Que estén ellos actualmente con matrícula docente y que se encuentren en alguna institución educativa y con ciertos años de servicio que eran los requisitos establecidos por el ministerio. También tenemos un 7% que no está enseñando inglés actualmente, pero que se espera que en algún momento puedan hacerlo, o que si es que actualmente no están teniendo esa cátedra porque, por ejemplo, también enseñan otras cátedras, entonces igual tienen la habilitación en este momento para hacer el curso de inglés, porque probablemente el perfil que están teniendo los va a habilitar en un futuro para poder enseñar inglés. Pero sí, la mayoría ya está en aula enseñando, así como vemos en este gráfico. Bueno, lo que nosotros también hicimos es ver el tema del nivel en que están trabajando. Es muy interesante ver que también, a pesar de que inglés dentro del currículum nacional ya es obligatorio desde el 2013 del preescolar, sabemos que no es posible llegar a todos los colegios porque no hay suficientes docentes para cumplir con esta ley. Por eso es que en la educación media es donde hay más docentes, porque anteriormente solamente en la educación media se tenía inglés. Entonces, por lo menos en el sector público. Por eso es que tenemos más cantidad de docentes en la educación media. Sin embargo, con el tema de que la ley está cambiando y que se está tratando de formar más docentes, vemos también que tenemos personas del nivel inicial y de la educación escolar básica. Si bien en menor porcentaje, igual es un número importante, vamos a decir, que también nutre nuestras aulas, ¿verdad? Entonces, no solamente trabajamos con personas de educación media, sino también de escolar básica. Y también tenemos algunos docentes de educación superior, ¿verdad? De lo que sea formación docente o también trabajando en las universidades. Entonces, al trabajar nosotros dentro de lo que sea metodología, por ejemplo, nosotros hablamos en cómo podríamos aplicar las diferentes estrategias, técnicas, todo lo relacionado a la forma de enseñanza de la lengua en los diferentes niveles. Entonces, también es muy diferente que cómo se relacionan entre ellos, ¿verdad? Entonces, por ejemplo, la persona que está a nivel inicial dice, bueno, yo con mis alumnos hago una música y empezamos, si vamos a dar, queremos aprender a leer, yo le enseño las letras, hablamos de imágenes, pero el que está a nivel medio, por ejemplo, ya trae otros planteamientos, ¿verdad? Entonces ya te dicen, por ejemplo, profe, nosotros tenemos en el nivel medio el problema que los adolescentes como que no se prenden tanto las actividades como los niños. ¿Y qué podemos hacer en nivel medio para que las clases sean más interesantes? Y entonces ellos mismos también se comparten sus experiencias y una persona puede decir, yo en el nivel medio hice esto y funcionó así, ¿verdad? Y entonces ellos también entre ellos van creando esa comunidad en donde también nos sentimos más cerca, ¿verdad? A pesar de que, como ya les había mostrado, están en diferentes lugares, las realidades son en algunos casos muy parecidas, ¿verdad? Como las características de los adolescentes es más o menos igual acá o en cualquier otra región. Bueno, después, algo también que nosotros, para empezar, como ya había explicado Cintia, nosotros tenemos dos componentes. Uno es de la lengua inglesa en sí, donde hablamos de gramática, vocabulario, lo que es todo relacionado a la lengua, y otro es la metodología de enseñanza. Entonces, nosotros teníamos que, en primer lugar, establecer cuál es el nivel que tenían nuestros alumnos desde el comienzo, porque desde ahí nosotros podemos partir para poder decidir qué vamos a estar enseñando exactamente, qué necesitan ellos reforzar, cómo vamos a organizar los cursos, cuántos grupos, de qué nivel estamos necesitando. Entonces vemos que la mayoría de nuestros estudiantes son un nivel principiante A1. Acá entran algunos que tienen un nivel muy, muy bajo o que están en el límite entre A1 y A2, pero es el 43%. Entonces, el nivel que tenemos en realidad es muy bajo y en vista de eso, nuestros cursos también están enfocados de esa forma. Entonces, trabajamos desde lo más básico con esos cursos. Sin embargo, tampoco descuidamos a los que están en un nivel un poco más elevado, ¿verdad? El C1, que ya es un nivel avanzado, que es un nivel que se espera que las personas puedan participar profesionalmente en un contexto social, en cualquier tipo de registro. Es un nivel ya como muy avanzado y solamente tenemos el 3%. Entonces nosotros juntamos este nivel, por ejemplo, con el B2, que ya es un intermedio superior, y ahí ellos están trabajando también en algo un poco más acorde a su nivel. Entonces lo que tratamos de hacer es no mezclarles a todos en un solo grupo, sino tratar de hacer esta diferenciación para que se pueda enfocar las necesidades de cada grupo. Por eso es que este estudio al comienzo, el test de ubicación que hicimos fue muy importante para que nosotros podamos determinar de qué forma tendríamos que trabajar con los docentes. Y también esto es para las clases de inglés, pero también lo aplicamos para las clases de metodología. Aunque en metodología sí se tratan los mismos contenidos, por ejemplo, de lingüística o de habilidades del idioma o metodología de enseñanza, aunque sean los mismos temas, las personas los diferentes niveles y los participantes acceden a la misma información de una forma diferenciada. Entonces, el contenido que es un poco más complejo se trata de simplificar el lenguaje o el tipo de actividad que se le pide a los estudiantes. Por eso fue importante este estudio que hicimos al comienzo. Bueno, otra pregunta que nosotros le hicimos a los docentes fue cuál fue la motivación para inscribirse. Y la mayoría, o sea, esto la verdad que como que nos dio cierta satisfacción, ¿verdad? Porque cualquiera diría, no, porque quieren más dinero o algo así. Sin embargo, la mayor expectativa salarial fue solamente 10% y el 77% habló de una mejora personal. Entonces era como una meta personal más bien que ellos tenían cuando dijeron inscribirse. Si bien es cierto, buscan otras expectativas laborales, no necesariamente está relacionado a la parte monetaria, sino más bien a tener, por ejemplo, un empleo seguro o en ciertas condiciones, en ciertos tipos de instituciones. Más bien a eso ellos están apuntando, por eso que también está muy relacionado a la parte personal de cada una, como una meta que ellos se propusieron. Seguimos. También para tener como un comienzo de dónde vamos a partir, nosotros les preguntamos cómo es el foco principal de las clases que hoy en día ellos están teniendo. Y acá vemos que, por ejemplo, la mayoría se enfoca en lo que es gramática y escritura. Justamente es algo que nosotros estamos tratando de trabajar, ¿verdad? Porque la gramática sola en una clase también es aburrida, de repente no funciona, no, como que no llena las expectativas de las personas. Entonces acá donde nosotros al tener estos datos sabemos también cómo tenemos que empezar a trabajar y mostrarles que hay otras cosas que pueden hacer. O sea, la gramática, si bien es importante, no debería ser el foco principal de la clase, sino hablar de las habilidades de comunicación, cómo se puede, y dentro de eso hacer una lección integrada, que la gramática ya esté integrada y no hacer una clase de gramática aislada. En la siguiente diapositiva, vemos los recursos con los que cuentan, porque a nosotros nos pareció interesante ver con qué vamos a trabajar. Es decir, por más que este sea un curso virtual, ¿a qué ellos tienen acceso? ¿Qué clase de herramientas podemos darle? Vemos que la mayoría solamente cuenta con pizarra, tiza, muchos tienen computadoras y también hay proyectores. En casi la mitad de los colegios hay proyectores, ¿verdad? Y también la mitad tiene internet, pero igual seguimos teniendo un 50% que no tiene acceso a esto. Entonces también habría que trabajar de una forma donde algo analógico y algo un poco digital y hacer como una combinación, ¿verdad? Para que sea ambas realidades. Y al mismo tiempo de que muchos colegios tienen esto, no siempre está disponible para todos los docentes o no todos saben cómo utilizar los recursos. Y este es un ejemplo, acá está la teacher Cintia, cómo trabajamos en las aulas virtuales, ¿verdad? O sea, por más de que sea virtual, nosotros siempre tratamos de hacer actividades como si fueran presenciales, ¿verdad? Dentro de lo que se puede, ¿verdad? Y les pedimos que hagan algo, que creen algo, y sacamos las imágenes, las capturas para mostrar cómo estamos interactuando nosotros con ellos. Entonces, por más de que tengamos la barrera de la distancia, igual es como que estamos todos juntos trabajando y cada uno desde donde está aporta lo que puede o va mostrando el trabajo que logró hacer dependiendo de la propuesta que se da en las clases.
Sí, los alumnos y las alumnas se divirtieron mucho haciendo unos fantasmitas, que a los que le pusimos unas caritas. También quisiera mencionar el elemento de investigación que es este curso, porque además de contribuir con el mejoramiento de la calidad de la enseñanza a través de lo que estábamos transmitiendo y ayudando a nuestros alumnos y alumnas docentes a aprender, nosotros queremos recabar información que permite realizar estudios acerca de la población de este curso en específico. Y con esos datos en el futuro podremos contribuir a incrementar la cantidad de estudios relacionados a nuestro campo, que obviamente van a ser tendientes a la mejora de la calidad de la educación en instituciones del sector público y, ¿por qué no?, para estudios comparativos con con otros países para ver cómo se puede ir compartiendo los saberes. Este componente es especialmente importante porque siempre hay muchas buenas oportunidades de aprendizaje y enseñanza, pero la cantidad de datos que existen al respecto, que están de manera pública, como para que todos conozcan qué es lo que se hace, es más limitada. Entonces nos gustaría poder contribuir con eso a través de la investigación. Por último, y antes de dar lugar yo quería agradecer a alumnos de inglesa, al Ministerio de Educación y Ciencias, al Instituto Superior de Lenguas de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción. Perdón. No sé, creo que mi conexión se fue.
Te
Bueno,
escuchamos todavía. Te escuchamos
sí,
todavía.
ok. Bueno, queremos agradecer muy especialmente a todos nuestros alumnos que también son docentes, son nuestros colegas que están en este curso y están participando muy responsablemente y se nota que quieren mejorar la calidad de su enseñanza y quieren ayudarle a sus alumnos a mejorar, que es lo que nosotros buscamos. Por supuesto, queremos agradecer al Instituto Superior de Lenguas de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción por haber aceptado este tremendo desafío y al Ministerio de Educación y Ciencias por seguir proveyendo oportunidades necesarias que lleguen a todos los puntos del país, como estuvo mencionando Maura, que estamos llegando a todos los departamentos del país. Por último, nuestros tutores. Los tutores que están a cargo de cada uno de estos cursos, tanto el componente de lengua inglesa como el componente de metodología de la enseñanza, son algunos de los mejores profesores que hay en Paraguay. Digo algunos de los mejores porque tenemos muchísimos colegas que también están entre los mejores. Son gente muy comprometida con su trabajo y están dando lo mejor de sí por hacer bien su trabajo, por contribuir con nuestros colegas. Entonces también agradecemos muchísimo a todos ellos por el gran trabajo que están haciendo. Y ahora, sin más preámbulos, perdón, antes de que me olvide, quería recordarles a todos que el tercer Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada está siendo transmitido en YouTube, donde también van a quedar todas las grabaciones. Y si tienen alguna pregunta, pueden hacerla a través de las redes sociales, que luego nosotros las haremos a quienes correspondan. Ahora quisiera presentar a mi colega Sara Silva, que nos va a estar hablando un poco acerca de la metodología, acerca del componente de metodología del curso de actualización en lengua inglesa. Bienvenida, Sara.
Vale, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes para todos. Bueno, les voy a estar hablando de lo que hacemos en las clases de metodología, básicamente. Si por favor compartimos la presentación, ahí ya va a aparecer. Vamos a empezar por una frase que me parece muy importante que tengamos en cuenta. ¿Sí? La frase dice lo siguiente: el objetivo principal de la educación en las escuelas debería ser la creación de hombres y mujeres que son capaces de hacer cosas nuevas, no simplemente repetir lo que otras generaciones han hecho. Hombres y mujeres que son creativos, inventivos y descubridores, que pueden ser críticos, verificar y no aceptar todo lo que se les ofrece. ¿Sí? Entonces, con esto en mente, así reforzando ya lo que ha mencionado Maura, lo que ha mencionado Cintia, nosotros lo que estamos buscando es que nuestros profesores sientan esa necesidad de ir más allá, no quedarse solamente con lo que les estamos dando, de también hacer ese mismo trabajo con sus alumnos, ¿verdad? Hacerles que ellos sientan curiosidad, que sientan esa necesidad de ir más allá. Entonces, vamos a ver ahora el contenido de lo que estamos trabajando en metodología. Como ya se mencionó, están divididos en 8 módulos, ¿verdad? Acá podemos ver una vista general de cuáles son esos 8 módulos y ahorita vamos ya a ir en detalle a cada uno de ellos. Cuando nosotros estuvimos trabajando el módulo 1, ¿sí? Si pasamos a la siguiente, el módulo 1, hicimos una revisión de tecnología, ¿verdad? Porque como sabemos, el curso es en modalidad e-learning, entonces hay que ponernos todos al día, digamos, de cualquier herramienta, cualquier página que haya que visitar, los materiales que pudiésemos necesitar o decir, bueno, concientizarnos un poco de que como es un curso en línea, pues necesitamos ciertas herramientas de tecnología que hay que manejar.
No quiere que yo vea en escritura, ellos no me quieren ver, ¿verdad? O sea,
Permiso,
Sí.
profesora, tu micrófono está
Sí.
abierto.
A ver. Ahí está, excelente. Bueno, entonces
Muchas
hicimos
gracias,
esa
profe.
revisión, gracias, profe, Cintia, también. Hicimos esa revisión de tecnología, ¿verdad? También, como se mencionó, estamos divididos por nuestras capacidades de idioma, ¿verdad? A1, A2, etcétera. Desarrollamos los mismos contenidos para todos, pero obviamente adaptados a cada uno de los niveles del idioma que manejamos. Y revisamos un poco también las bases del idioma, ¿verdad? Tipo, si de repente era A1, pues hacemos la revisión del contenido de idioma A1 rápidamente para seguir avanzando. Después, módulo 2 y módulo 3, ¿sí? Son 2 módulos dedicados a lingüística completamente. ¿Y qué vimos? Fonética, fonología, morfología, morfosintaxis, sintaxis, semántica, pragmática y sociolingüística. Imagínense, eso es tipo, cualquiera sale corriendo, cuando estamos hablando de estas cosas. Pero consideramos que es necesario porque como nosotros estamos trabajando sobre el lenguaje, sobre todas estas cosas que nuestros estudiantes queremos que aprendan, pues nosotros tenemos que también revisar y construir nuestra casita con todos los bloquecitos que el idioma necesita. Y esos bloquecitos son estos bloquecitos de lingüística. Sin ánimo de equivocarme, yo sé que todos nos divertimos un montón entre todos porque en algunos casos revisamos conocimientos previos, en otros casos, oye, ¿de verdad era eso? O tipo, era una cuestión de enriquecer, una especie de toma y dame, ¿sí? Porque en este caso, nuestro curso no está enfocado en que vengan, les vamos a enseñar todo lo que necesitan, ¿sabes? Es, vengan, yo les doy, ustedes me dan lo que saben y entre todos vamos a hacer una información muchísimo más grande, ¿sí? Ahorita estamos actualmente, sí, mis cálculos no me fallan, ¿verdad? Sí, estoy bien, en el módulo 4, ¿verdad? Ya dejamos el trauma con la lingüística y pasamos a uno nuevo, a habilidades lingüísticas, que son las habilidades del lenguaje, ¿verdad? Como nosotros le llamamos en español, escuchar, leer, escribir, hablar, o como les dicen también, comprensión oral, producción oral, comprensión escrita y producción escrita, que es listening, reading, writing y speaking, ¿verdad? Entonces, tipo, estamos allí viendo cómo podemos nosotros comprender bien qué implica cada una de estas habilidades, ¿verdad? Estamos tratando de que sea todo en una de enfoque de habilidades integradas, ¿verdad? Como también ya mencionó Maura, porque sabemos que no se puede desligar, ¿sí? No podemos decir, esto solamente voy a aprender a hablar. Sí, pero para aprender a hablar necesitas un montón de cosas de otra habilidad. Necesitas aprender cómo se leen esos signos, cómo se producen esos sonidos, etc. Entonces, no podemos decir que las habilidades se pueden aprender por separado. Después vamos con el módulo 5 que dice Pedagogía de las lenguas y planeamiento de las clases. Acá nos vamos a meter en la parte, digamos, un poco pesada porque es todos los papeles que tenemos que pensar y utilizar para poder llegar y dar nuestra clase hermosa, ¿verdad? Entonces, qué métodos vamos a estar empleando en aula, ¿verdad? Estamos tratando de que todo sea a través de un enfoque comunicativo, ¿sí? Es decir, queremos que nuestros alumnos aprendan con informaciones relevantes del mundo real para que se puedan comunicar. Vamos a dar herramientas, cómo planificar una clase, ¿verdad? Considerar todos los momentos que tiene una clase. Después viene módulo 6, 7, 8, módulo 6, 7, 8, que están los tres relacionados, porque recurso para la enseñanza de lengua inglesa, manejo de la clase y cómo evaluamos las lenguas extranjeras. Ahí vamos a ver una cantidad de recursos, estrategias, métodos, herramientas y distintos instrumentos de evaluación que vamos a poder utilizar en nuestras clases. Todo esto es para, finalmente, poder llegar a las siguientes conclusiones. Pasamos la siguiente, ahí está. La idea de todo esto es que nuestros profesores puedan reforzar sus conocimientos, ¿verdad? Reforzar, refrescar, agregar, que puedan desarrollar su pensamiento crítico, ¿verdad? Desarrollar el suyo y desarrollarlo también en los estudiantes, hacer de que nuestras clases sean significativas, ¿verdad? Tipo, con este enfoque comunicativo, pues, para que nuestros estudiantes puedan comunicarse finalmente. Clases dinámicas, ¿verdad? Con todas las herramientas y las habilidades integradas. Y como siempre, lo que buscamos es la mejoría educativa, tanto a nivel de enseñanza como a nivel de planteamiento, de desarrollo, de resultados finales que podemos estar viendo. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, querida Sara, por compartirnos un poco acerca de lo que es el componente de metodología de la enseñanza de la lengua inglesa que estamos desarrollando en el curso de actualización en lengua inglesa. Y mientras nuestra siguiente presentadora, Emma Paredes, se va preparando, quisiera recordarles que el tercer Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada está siendo transmitido también por YouTube, donde pueden seguirnos, y todas las ponencias y todos los paneles van a quedar grabados. Entonces, sin más preámbulos, voy a proceder a presentar a Emma, que nos va a hablar un poquitito acerca del componente de la práctica docente que vamos a estar realizando durante el curso. Un momentito, voy a compartir la presentación. Adelante, Emma.
Muchas gracias, queridas colegas, por empezar la presentación. Realmente este proyecto del CAELI es un gran desafío para todos nosotros, como ya estuvieron hablando las colegas, pero como dijo la profe Silvia, es una experiencia súper enriquecedora para todos. Porque yo tengo dos cursos y es como cada vez que yo siento como que yo aprendo también con ellos, y eso es una experiencia muy genial a esta edad seguir aprendiendo. Hey. Pero bueno, entonces a mí me gustaría hablar con ustedes un poquito acerca de la parte del enfoque de práctica docente. Y como ya había dicho Cintia al principio, nosotros queremos darles a nuestros alumnos, profes, ¿no?, herramientas. Entonces, de ahí quiero empezar un poco a abrir con ustedes esta caja de herramientas que nosotros, que está preparado en el programa para los docentes. Y cuando nosotros abrimos esa caja, podemos ver los siguientes complementos, los siguientes elementos, ¿no? Los módulos a partir del módulo 5 están divididos en pedagogía de las lenguas, planeamiento de las clases. También vamos a hablar, porque todavía no entramos en esa parte, sobre los recursos para la enseñanza de la lengua inglesa. Muy importante el manejo de clase. Y por último vamos a hablar sobre la evaluación de las lenguas extranjeras. Podemos empezar en especial con la parte de pedagogía de las lenguas, porque muchas veces nosotros tenemos que considerar que enseñar una lengua no es lo mismo que enseñar matemáticas, no es lo mismo que enseñar ciencias. Tiene otro tipo de complementos, de elementos que son completamente diferentes a otras asignaturas. Por ejemplo, yo de matemática no puedo decir nada porque yo no sé sumar, siempre digo eso. Pero de lenguas y todo lo demás podemos entender que la motivación del complemento afectivo es súper importante cuando uno enseña una lengua. A veces los alumnos nos dicen, sí, pero profe, ellos no quieren, luego nos dicen, ¿para qué yo quiero aprender esto? Entonces, vamos a hablar con ellos sobre cómo podemos motivar a los alumnos a querer aprender inglés. También vamos a hablar sobre las características de nuestros estudiantes, porque los estudiantes son realmente el motivo por el cual nosotros estamos enseñando. Entonces, es importante también saber las características y las necesidades que tienen nuestros estudiantes. Esto es muy importante porque también tiene mucho que ver en el lugar donde las personas se sitúan. Por ejemplo, como en Mauro ya estuvo mostrando, nuestros alumnos, por así decirlo, están en diferentes lugares del país y cada lugar del país tiene una necesidad diferente. Entonces, eso también es un poquito ver cómo se puede ir adaptando en el tema de las necesidades del estudiante, qué es lo que yo voy a enseñar, qué es lo que mi estudiante necesita aprender. Y también un poquito sobre la diferencia en, ya pensando no en la parte no centrada en el estudiante, sino en la parte del idioma, en la lengua. Cuáles son las diferencias entre la lengua 1 y la lengua 2. Y también un poco ver cuál es la función que tiene el error. Qué tan importante es para mí equivocarme porque yo así puedo aprender. Bueno, continuando en la parte de planeamiento de clases, donde viene también mucho lo que tenga que ver, como estuvo hablando la otra compañera Sara, es que todo el tema del papeleo, cómo yo me preparo para mi clase, cómo yo planeo mi clase, cuáles son los componentes que yo tengo que saber en la forma cuando yo voy a planear una clase, mis actividades, qué tipo de actividades voy a usar, qué tipo de actividades son las que me van a ayudar a poder mejorar o a enfocarme en algún tipo de las habilidades, quiero decir, perdón, de las habilidades, ya sea mi tarea va a ser la actividad que voy a hacer es para escuchar, es para leer, es más enfocado en la parte de escribir. Entonces, todo estas cosas nosotros vamos a estar trabajando con ellos, elegir los componentes y las actividades. Y algo importante que nosotros estamos haciendo acá es práctica docente. Y a partir de este módulo, nosotros vamos a pedir y vamos a trabajar con los alumnos para que ellos hagan una práctica en la clase, que ellos puedan también un día planear una clase y presentar la clase que ellos planearon a sus compañeros. Ahora sí, porfa, el siguiente. Bueno, acá tenemos en las fuentes o los recursos que nosotros vamos a estar hablando o presentando a nuestros alumnos. Primero que nada, como también pudimos ver en los primeros gráficos, la edad de los alumnos o la edad que nuestros profesores tienen para enseñar son muy importantes porque no voy a hacer la misma actividad para un adolescente que para un niño. Entonces uno tiene que entender que los recursos están siempre afectados por la edad de los estudiantes. También vamos a ver los tipos de referencia, cómo yo puedo usar bibliografía, qué referencias tengo, cuáles son las fuentes, cómo puedo preparar yo mismo unas actividades o unas referencias, cómo puedo seleccionar y utilizar los materiales de apoyo que tengo cerca, tengo una biblioteca, tengo internet, tengo un teléfono, tengo una radio, que tengo cerca mío que yo puedo usar en mi clase. Y obviamente también vamos a ver el tema de los libros de texto. Una parte que me parece muy importante, que no nos podemos olvidar y que quiero mencionar es cómo yo puedo adaptar las tareas que yo en mi libro de texto tengo a la realidad, a la realidad que yo estoy viviendo con mis alumnos, ¿no? Entonces eso es muy importante. Y acá el objetivo es que los alumnos, nuestros profes alumnos, practiquen, nos muestren una clase donde ellos planeen una actividad suplementaria. Es como ver una actividad extra que ellos mismos preparen y pongan en práctica lo que vamos a estar aprendiendo. La siguiente, por favor. Muy bien, acá llegamos al anteúltimo módulo, creo que vendría a ser nuestro módulo 7, cuando ya estamos a punto de terminar. Vamos a hablar cuáles son los roles del docente. Y yo tengo unas muy buenas expectativas con respecto a esta clase porque creo que acá vamos a tener la posibilidad de poder escuchar mucho en las vivencias y las experiencias de nuestros alumnos, porque las realidades que ellos viven son muy diferentes a las que nosotros tenemos y de esa manera también nosotros podemos enriquecer realmente cuáles son los roles que nosotros como docentes tenemos en la clase. Entonces también vamos a hablar sobre las estrategias de corrección y de retroalimentación, cómo yo puedo hacer para corregir y de esa manera enriquecer el aprendizaje de mis alumnos. También vamos a hablar sobre el aspecto áulico, no solamente del aspecto físico, sino también cómo yo como docente puedo crear un ambiente propicio para el aprendizaje. También vamos a ver cuáles son las formas de trabajo en clase, cómo formar grupos, toda la base de estrategias que nosotros aprendimos en algún momento también de cómo hacer grupos y elegir de acuerdo al nivel y todas esas estrategias vamos también a estar cubriendo. Y los alumnos también acá van a hacer una práctica de aula en la clase. Y por último, tenemos el módulo 8, que es sobre la evaluación de las lenguas extranjeras. Aquí vamos a hablar sobre los tipos de evaluación, la que sea la evaluación formal, que pueden ser los test, los quizzes que le decimos nosotros, o escribir un ensayo, algún tipo de evaluación formal, lo que le llamamos un examen, y también los tipos de evaluación informal, cómo nosotros podemos ir viendo de una manera no informal en el sentido de que nos sirva, sino no dentro de ese ambiente o el marco de lo que le llamamos examen, cómo yo puedo ir evaluando de una manera informal lo que mis alumnos van aprendiendo. También cómo yo puedo elegir las actividades de retroalimentación que son las que van a ser más adecuadas para las clases que yo tengo para mis alumnos. Y también vamos a estar trabajando en aula. Las últimas 2 o 3 semanas está planeado que sea realmente de aplicación de aula, donde los alumnos van a estar practicando y mostrando las cosas que estuvieron aprendiendo con nosotros durante todo el módulo. Entonces, de esa manera yo termino mi parte en esta presentación. Muchas gracias y manos a la obra con las herramientas.
Muchísimas gracias, querida Emma. Me parece muy interesante todo lo que nuestros alumnos y colegas van a estar haciendo en estos próximos meses. Bueno, ya de hecho que todo lo que han estado haciendo desde el comienzo es muy emocionante el ver el progreso que ellos están teniendo, cómo ya van aplicando en sus clases, nos cuentan cómo que ellos hicieron con sus alumnos, que utilizan muchas de las herramientas que nosotros les enseñamos. Y esas son cosas que uno como docente siempre espera que pasen. Y a veces uno tiene la grandísima satisfacción de que realmente suceda. Y con estos colegas está sucediendo. Y eso es un gran orgullo para nosotros y también es un honor el ser testigos y ser partícipes de ese cambio que está sucediendo ahora. Ahora vamos a escuchar un poquito acerca del componente, perdón, de la enseñanza virtual y algunos desafíos que presenta esta de la mano de Marlene Santander, otra de nuestras queridas tutoras. Ella nos va a estar comentando un poquito acerca de muchas cosas que ya estuvimos oyendo en los años pasados debido a la situación que todos, en la que todos estuvimos. Y que nosotros tenemos en particular cuenta para este curso. Adelante, Marlene.
Ya, gracias, Cintia. Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Yo soy Marlene Santander y voy a estar un poco compartiendo con ustedes sobre los desafíos de la enseñanza virtual. Voy a compartir mi presentación. Bueno, entonces, ¿verdad? La evidencia sugiere de que los cursos en línea son muy ricos. ¿Por qué? Porque son más claros y rápidos para los estudiantes. Entonces ellos han reportado durante años y se ha evidenciado en las últimas investigaciones de que les gusta tener todo a mano. Generalmente los cursos en línea tienen esa facilidad de poder tener todos los materiales con un acceso rápido de donde sea. Sin embargo, existen varios desafíos que deben ser considerados para que tenga un total éxito. Y existen desafíos desde el punto de vista del estudiante, así como también desde el punto de vista del docente. Primeramente, vamos a hablar desde el punto de vista del estudiante, ¿verdad? Se ha reportado también en varias investigaciones que se han hecho. Si bien nosotros estamos haciendo esto por primera vez, somos pioneros, como había dicho la profe Cintia, ¿verdad? En otros países ya se ha estado realizando y ya tienen suficiente evidencia que, por supuesto, también se repite en esta parte regional de Latinoamérica. Entonces, los estudiantes reportaron de que a veces tienen dificultades de gestionar el tiempo. Entonces, ¿qué podría hacer el tutor en cuanto a eso? Presentar una agenda de clase bien organizada, una lista de actividades por tiempo asignado, para que ellos no se pierdan tanto, porque muchas actividades pueden confundir al estudiante y, por supuesto, abrumarlos, asustarlos en cuanto al desarrollo de todo el contenido. También la motivación ha sido un principal desafío en los cursos en línea. Entonces se sugiere que el tutor, ¿verdad?, pueda trazar ciertas metas al inicio de cada módulo con el estudiante. Comienza un módulo de inglés y el mismo estudiante se traza una meta. Bueno, para este módulo voy a alcanzar tal nivel de inglés, voy a aprender esto, interactuar con todos. A veces se sienten un poco aislados, como es un curso en línea, no tienen la capacidad y esa habilidad, ¿verdad?, de verse cara a cara. Sin embargo, se pueden utilizar estrategias de interacción como foros, algunos grupos de WhatsApp, algunos juegos, para que se sientan más motivados. Y también practicar afirmaciones positivas en cada clase. De repente surgen esos miedos de que el estudiante no va a poder hacer, y reemplazar eso de no voy a poder o algo imposible por un desafío. Todos esos juegos de palabras también, ¿verdad?, la psicología sugiere de utilizar en clase. Entonces, reemplazar el no voy a poder con otros vocabularios que sean más positivos. También, por supuesto, al ser un curso en línea, existen más distracciones. Entonces, el tutor debe recomendar ciertas pautas a seguir, como por ejemplo, tratar de tener un lugar tranquilo para tomar las clases, tratar de bloquear las notificaciones, el celular. Entonces, si es que está tomando en la computadora y si está tomando en el celular, tratar de no mirar las notificaciones. Y por supuesto, el tutor constantemente enviando algunos quizzes que son cuestionarios dinámicos, algunos juegos como Kahoot, de manera que el estudiante esté más prendido a la clase en línea. También los problemas técnicos han sido un desafío bastante grande y preocupante, ¿verdad?, en estos últimos años, no solamente acá, sino de repente después de la pandemia hubo un incremento de conexiones, entonces todos tuvimos dificultades y se recomienda, ¿verdad?, ya prever y elaborar una posible guía de soluciones, o por ejemplo, guías en videos, en formato sin mandar ya al estudiante. Entonces, si es que no puedes ingresar, probar esto, por ejemplo, en un tutorial de video para poder reducir la ansiedad que pueden ocasionar los problemas técnicos, porque después podría ser frustrante para el alumno. Y por supuesto, grabar siempre las clases de manera que el docente pueda proporcionar ese ambiente flexible y también de confort para el alumno, para que éste no tenga ningún sentimiento de frustración y ansiedad en cuanto a estos problemas técnicos. También, como había mencionado, esos son los principales desafíos desde el punto de vista del estudiante. Y también los docentes han reportado ciertos desafíos, como por ejemplo, que a veces se sienten un poco frustrados porque no hay respuestas en los foros, tienen esa sensación de que están hablando solos, ¿verdad? Y también dicen de que demanda mayor tiempo preparar las clases, requiere más tiempo que una clase presencial, porque uno debe estar previendo y debe estar interactuando constantemente con sus alumnos. Y también algunas dificultades en la evaluación y entrega de tareas. Bueno, tenemos varios desafíos como tutores. ¿Y cuáles serían las posibles soluciones en cuanto a estos? constantemente enviar recordatorios, compartir con los alumnos las evaluaciones, quién entregó la tarea, utilizar, si hay una plataforma, en este caso nosotros usamos Moodle, puede activar unas notificaciones de que faltan tantas horas para entregar la tarea, de manera que el alumno tenga un recordatorio, no solamente del docente, sino también de su aplicación, ¿verdad? En donde está teniendo ese curso. Utilizar diversas estrategias, si es que el foro no funciona, tratar de utilizar en el WhatsApp, crear un WhatsApp, podrían ser también una parte, ¿verdad? En Google donde todos se conectan. Kahoot también posibilita donde están trabajando juntos. Zoom, por ejemplo, tiene los rooms en donde pueden trabajar en equipo y hablar con sus compañeros. Y por supuesto, ser flexible, ya que demanda más tiempo, mayor preparación, entonces el docente debe ser más flexible y poder proporcionar un ambiente que sí sea de confort y no genere frustración y ansiedad para que el alumno deje el curso. Entonces, tenemos, ¿verdad?, varios desafíos y sí, sin embargo, ya tenemos también ciertas estrategias. ¿Es más desafiante tener clases en línea que presenciales? Por supuesto que lo es, pero también así podemos llegar a todos en cada zona de nuestro país, porque muchos no tienen la posibilidad de asistir a un curso presencial. Entonces, esto es sumamente importante y relevante para la educación paraguaya y la formación de nuestros docentes. Y acá un poco de las referencias. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, querida Marlene, por hablarnos un poco acerca de lo que conlleva un curso virtual y qué desafíos también implica. Y para terminar nuestro panel, el colega Vicente Aguilar va a estar contándonos un poco acerca del componente de lengua inglesa dentro del curso de actualización en lengua inglesa. Así que sin más preámbulos, bienvenido Vicente y adelante.
Buenas noches, ¿me escuchan bien?
Sí.
La visualización de mi presentación, ¿la pueden ver bien?
Sí, se ve muy bien.
Se ve bien. Bueno, muy buenas noches, tenemos poco tiempo, así que avancemos rápido. Como dijo nuestra presentadora, excelente presentación de la compañera Marlene, escuchando un poquito todo lo que pasamos, tanto los coordinadores, que son nuestros paños de lágrima, y nosotros los instructores, ¿verdad? Junto con estos colegas del sector público. Una interesante experiencia, más que nada, resaltar. Entonces a mí me toca hablar un poquito de los componentes de la lengua inglesa y me llamó la atención la presentación, el dicho de esta escritora, donde dice que el idioma es poder, vida e instrumento de cultura y es instrumento de dominación y liberación. Esa es la razón por la cual estamos haciendo un poquito este curso para ayudar a los demás, porque creemos que esto es poder y ese poder empodera evidentemente también a nuestros alumnos. Al empoderar a un profesor, este hace lo mismo a su alumno. Estos son los componentes básicos, los 5 componentes que tenemos, donde tenemos en cuanto a la forma, tenemos la sintaxis, la morfología y la fonología. No voy a estar refiriéndome mucho sobre ello, sobre el contenido, solamente para que ustedes lo vayan conociendo. El contenido tenemos la parte semántica y en el uso tenemos el pragmatismo. Aquí nuevamente se mencionan cada una de ellas, ¿verdad? La mayoría son profesores y entonces conocen que sintaxis, por ejemplo, son las reglas que gobiernan el orden de las palabras, etcétera, etcétera. A cada uno de los grupos que nosotros nos toca instruir, tenemos niveles, ¿verdad? Que esos niveles fueron marcados en base a los exámenes de ubicación de lengua que han realizado los docentes. Entonces tenemos niveles básicos, intermedios y avanzados. Luego tenemos el uso de la pragmática Y finalmente el componente de la lengua inglesa, como habíamos dicho, en donde en cada uno de los niveles se desarrollan tanto vocabulario, gramática, conversación, lectura, audición, escritura, pronunciación de la lengua inglesa. Cada uno de estos conlleva, ¿verdad?, diferentes tipos de enfoques según los niveles y tienen sus propias vicisitudes, como estaba exponiendo la compañera, en donde, bueno, hay, sobre todo ahora, esta es una bastante mala época para todos nosotros los docentes porque estamos cerrando ciclos, estamos cerrando con exámenes finales, con planillas, etcétera, etcétera. Pero a pesar de todo, muchos de ellos siguen y en ese sentido, bueno, estos eran los componentes, ¿verdad? Cada uno de las clases normalmente empiezan los días martes y van hasta sábado en los diferentes horarios. Tienen de mañana, de tarde, de noche. Y lo que quiero destacar más que nada de parte de toda la coordinación, los profesores y nuestros alumnos docentes es que cada uno de ellos, lo más importante es el sacrificio que ponen ese tiempo, porque normalmente tienen entre 2, 4 a 6 horas. Y ese es un tiempo en que en vez de estar produciendo, haciendo dinero, normalmente se dice, ellos están capacitándose. Y eso es
Muchísimas
algo
gracias.
muy digno. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, querido Vicente. Sí, realmente es un gran desafío el llevar a cabo la enseñanza con esta cantidad de docentes en cada una de nuestras clases, en los diferentes niveles que tenemos. Y como lo dijiste vos y como lo dijeron todos los anteriores, es un desafío que tomamos con mucho cariño y con todo nuestro conocimiento, porque de nada sirve que sea solo con cariño, sino que tenemos que poner también todo nuestro saber y está ahí. Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos durante este panel acerca del curso de actualización en lengua inglesa en el tercer Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada de Paraguay. Antes de irnos, yo quisiera sacarnos una foto, por favor. A ver si pueden encender su cámara. ¿Quién falta? Sara.
Como le digo a los alumnos cuando no quieren encender, no importa si están en la posición tal como te
Bueno,
levantaste.
sonrían. 1, 2, 3. Muchísimas gracias, profesora Valentina, por la oportunidad que nos estás dando a nosotros y a todos los alumnos, perdón, a todos nuestros alumnos que son nuestros colegas de escuelas públicas, de aprender con nosotros y con todos nuestros tutores que asesores muy comprometidos con su labor.
Muchas gracias a ustedes por el trabajo que están haciendo. Realmente apreciamos muchísimo todo ese esfuerzo que están haciendo todos ustedes desde todo punto de vista, ¿verdad? Sin entrar en muchos detalles, ¿verdad? Pero realmente una tarea monumental la que están haciendo los coordinadores, los profesores, tutores y también nuestros participantes que están haciendo un gran esfuerzo para compaginar sus tareas del día a día con las responsabilidades que le implica este curso. Así que realmente para nosotros es una alegría poder compartir esto en el Congreso y también esperamos que este curso les sea muy beneficioso a aquellos que están ejerciendo la docencia en los colegios públicos y que bueno, y que con este proyecto podamos quizás abrir las puertas a otras colaboraciones.
Buenas noches a todos y ahora damos lugar a los colegas del siguiente panel que va a estar dado por Elena Núñez, si no me equivoco. Buenas noches.
Muchas gracias, Cintia, y sí, Elena es la que sigue. Gracias.
Muy buenas tardes, muy buenas noches, dependiendo de dónde nos están mirando. Es un gusto enorme poder compartir con ustedes este momento Y así como ya lo decían las colegas también, yo soy Elena Núñez, voy a estar compartiendo con ustedes y moderando el siguiente panel, el panel número 5, que se llama Teaching English in Global Contexts 5. Voy a hacer una pequeña introducción en español y luego ya voy a pasar al idioma inglés porque este panel se va a dar en lengua inglesa. Así que el panel Teaching English in Global Contexts va a tratar y va a hablar sobre, vamos a tener la presencia, mejor dicho, de varios autores del libro que está produciendo, que está lanzando el Instituto Superior de Lenguas. Y realmente lo estamos haciendo con mucha alegría. Y bueno, vamos a ir compartiendo y escuchando un poco sobre las experiencias de cada uno de nuestros autores. Quiero contarles también que en el día de hoy vamos a tener a Gracia Mendoza, a Lisette Rojas, Jairo Castañeda y John Mosquera, Silvia Terol. También vamos a tener la oportunidad de escuchar 2 de las experiencias de Silvia, con Jessica Amarilla también, Valentina Canese, que también nos va a estar compartiendo 2 de los chapters que ella escribió. ¿Ok? Así que de esta manera, una vez hecha ya la presentación en general, voy a ir cambiando a inglés, si les parece. ¿Ok? All right. So, hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. My name is Elena Núñez, and I will be moderating, but I will also be presenting tonight. Okay, so thank you so much for being there. It's great to have you. And tonight I am going to start by presenting the chapter that I was working on, and I had a chance to work on. Okay, so please give me a couple of seconds so that I can share my screen with all of you so you can see it. All right, just want to make sure that everybody can see my screen. All right.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. So I am in charge, or I was invited to write about international frameworks to assess language development. And on behalf of Instituto Superior de Lenguas, I'm very happy to share with you all about my experience. Well, if you flip through our beautiful book and you go to chapter 48, you're going to find this topic, International Frameworks to Assess Language Development, which is under the big division of assessment. And one second, there. And I'd like to share with you that what you're going to find in this chapter. Basically, I focused on the idea that language learning trajectories are not linear and they differ from person to person. And this is something very important to keep in mind because it seems to us that sometimes once you reach a given level, you are actually equally proficient in all the different language skills, and that's not always the case. I'm pretty sure that all of you who speak any 1, 2, or 3 or 4 languages, you will find yourself that perhaps you are more proficient in reading or in writing or listening and speaking, and that's something that is discussed in this chapter. Also, that language proficiencies might have different meanings in different institutions, and also they differ or they vary from country to country. And it has happened to me personally, and I'm very sure that many of you can also relate to this idea that sometimes when you hear that somebody is at an elementary level or at an advanced level, and then you start talking to that person or you see their writing, you realize that perhaps that's not the case, right? So that's another notion that is discussed in the book. And that's why I wanted to focus on frameworks, international frameworks that have been developed to assess language and in a more consistent way. And for that matter, I chose these three different frameworks. There are many others, actually, but these three are the most popular, the ones that teachers use the most, okay? And these are the Common European Framework of References, known as the CEFR, the Global Scale of English, known as the GSE, and the World Class Instructional Design and Assessment, more known as the WIDA, okay? Talking a little bit about the background, all of these three frameworks provide guidelines for teachers, for curriculum designers, and they help you to design and develop curriculum, plan lessons, and also measure learner growth and outcomes in a more consistent manner, okay? And all of these three frameworks have been developed after years of ongoing comprehensive academic research, and they are constantly, periodically, and systematically revised. And that's something, and that's one of the reasons why I enjoyed including all of these three frameworks in this chapter, because the research that is behind each of these frameworks is immense. And they are constantly revising and reviewing language theory and practice. And I think that that's very empowering and that yields to more consistent results. The CFR, just for those of you who might not be familiar with the CEFR, was developed in the year 1989 by the Council of Europe. The GSE, the Global Scale of English, was developed by Pearson. I'm pretty sure that many of you language teachers out there and teachers in general are familiar with this big publishing company, Pearson, and they developed their GSE as well. Then we have the WIDA. The WIDA was developed in the year 2003 at the University of Wisconsin-Madison in the US. Perhaps for us in our context in Paraguay, the WIDA is not very, very popular among teachers. Perhaps the CEFR is probably the most well-known in our language institutes and schools. The GSE maybe a little bit less than the CEFR, and WIDA, I don't know if it is used in schools in general, but I am very I know that it's used in the US and in other places, and I include it because it has a very interesting way of organizing their scales. Okay. Talking a little bit about the major dimensions, because all of our chapters have the same format. So when you get to the major dimensions section, you're going to be able to read about the three frameworks. And for me, and what I want to share with you tonight, so that you can also be tempted to go and read the chapter, is that the CFR has these three levels or broad levels of language proficiency, and they are the basic user, or the A user, basic user, the B, that would be the independent user, and the C would be your proficient user. And each of these levels has two divisions. So you have the higher and the lower divisions, all right? And that's why we have the A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, and C2, okay? So this is the first big takeaway that I'd like you to have tonight. About the GSE, the Global Scale of English, it has a scale ranging from 10 to 90, and it starts above the CEFR's C2 level and ends below its A1 level. So it's a little bit wider in that sense, okay? All of both CFR and GSE have can-do statements that are very helpful to understand what students can and cannot do at each of these levels. And the WIDA offers a suite of English proficiency tests at 6 development levels, and they use 5 standards that range from 1, which is entering, and they go up to level or standard 6, which is reaching. Okay, so all of these 5 standards have against or are divided into entering, emerging, developing, expanding, bridging, and reaching. Okay. About the pedagogical applications, in this section of the chapter, I really focused on the ideas on why these frameworks, regardless of any of them, if you choose the GSE or the CFR or the WIDA, why are they useful, and how can you actually use it in your teaching, in your practice? And I revolve around the idea that these frameworks can be used to, these are just some of the points actually, because I chose the most important ones, to identify the stage of a learner's language development, to identify expectations of the course that you would teach, so that you can start right from the beginning knowing where your administrator, where your principal, your director, coordinator wants you to get with your students. Not only because of because you will have somebody supervising your work, but because of, so that it can empower you as a teacher to be able to get your students to a higher level. It will also help you, all of these frameworks help you to understand ELT material, because many of the English language textbooks come with the CEFR level, and it helps you to understand the expectations from the book, to make the right choices for your students. And that's why it's important to be familiar with these frameworks. Also, to plan lessons. So if you are aware of the course expectations, you will be able to plan accordingly, and you will be able to use the can-do statements as well in order to micro plan and be able to reach smaller goals that at the end of the day is going to take you or take your students farther along in their learning trajectory. These frameworks can also be used to guide English language learners to use these scales and standards to monitor their own learning, their own language progress, and and this is very important, set attainable goals. So it's not just being aware of the frameworks. It's not just for curriculum developers or administrators, but also for teachers, and most importantly for students. Okay, because if we give them we can show them how much they can progress, I'm pretty sure that they will be able to feel more empowered as well in their own learning and set attainable goals. In the next section, the key concepts to remember is that language assessment frameworks were developed to guide all of these awesome people, administrators, course developers, teachers, and students in understanding the proficiency of language learners and in tracking their progress in learning the target language. I think that is the biggest takeaway of this chapter. And these 3 commonly used language assessment frameworks are these 3. Of course, there are many others, but these are, at least the first 2 are the ones that are most known in our country, in Paraguay. And these frameworks can be used to map learners' progress in language development from beginning to advanced, so they can see the path that they will follow, right? And they can see, okay, perhaps in a month's time I can be here, or I can in 2 years I'll be able to get to this level. And being aware of that is very empowering, as I said just a few minutes ago. Just moving on and closing a little bit. In the discussion and taking action part, I included a couple of activities and discussion activities for students to discuss, to compare. I encourage them to compare the scope and sequence of a language textbook to any of these frameworks in order to understand, to compare it to one of them or to all 3 of them, so they can see the similarities and differences among the frameworks and in the textbooks that they use. And if the textbook is mapped to a specific assessment, it might be useful. I encourage students to identify the extent of this mapping. Okay, how far do they get and how well they get there. Also, another activity is to create a set of questions to evaluate students' language proficiency based on one of the levels of the 3 frameworks. They can choose and then select the language level, for example, beginning, and write from 6 to 8 oral prompts or questions to determine if your students are at that level. Of course, there are English language tests, international exams that have already done this for teachers, but I find it really interesting to do that experience and then compare it perhaps to these language exams, so that teachers can also practice understanding and translating that theory into action, and in action within the classroom setting with their students. So that's some of the things that you will find in this section of the book. And then, of course, in the expanding further, you are going to find awesome. These are some awesome links to different resources that are online. All of them are free, about the CFR, the WIDA, and the GSE. And you are more than welcome to explore and find out more and expand further, as it says there. And these are only 3 of the resources that I found the most important and interesting. Of course, throughout the chapter, I've included other great authors, but for me, the ones that actually drive the entire chapter are the material found in the Council of Europe from the CFR, of course, the material found from Pearson English, and the website from the WIDA website. And there are lots of materials there. And with this, I'm sharing and closing what you will be able to find in chapter 48, which is on international assessments, international frameworks to assess language development. Thank you, Professor Weaver. I do hope that this information is interesting to everybody, to all of our students, and to all of the people that have a chance to read our work. It was a great opportunity for me not only to go over these frameworks, but also to put my writing skills to the test and to work with this wonderful team of people. So thank you so much. All right. And now I'm going to switch to moderator mode again, okay, so that I can welcome the next person. Just 1 second, there you go. And now if we follow the order, we have supporting learners' social emotional learning right now. And I just want to make sure, Valentina, do we have Gracias recording, or shall we?
Yeah, yes, we do. Can I go ahead with the next one, and I will send it to you so that you can
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yo tengo el video de la profesora Gracia, profe.
Ah, ya.
Yo tengo el video.
Entonces, Juan puede proyectar mientras, entonces continuamos.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much.
Juan, el sonido no se escucha. Tenés que volver a poner, compartir tu sonido en Zoom. Tenés que sacar del silencio, no tenés que dejar en silencio tu
avanzando en la instalación de las unidades de asuntos lingüísticos, en la vinculación con las políticas lingüísticas, con la inclusión, trabajamos con la CENAL, formamos...
Why don't we go ahead with the next one, and I will try to do it from here. Vamos a pasar al siguiente y yo voy a tratar de bajar aquí y ver si puedo proyectarlos de aquí.
Okay. Entonces, si mientras resolvemos estos problemas técnicos que a veces pasan, todas las personas que nos están siguiendo seguramente van a saber entender que estas cosas a veces suceden cuando estamos haciendo una conferencia así en vivo. Y bueno, ya enseguida vamos a poder solucionar y vamos a poder disfrutar de la presentación de Gracia María Mendoza, que va a compartir con nosotros Supporting Learners Social Emotional Learning. Les voy a presentar ahora los siguientes autores. Lo que sí, Valentina, ahí está, justamente te iba a pedir para poder compartir. Yo sé que Jairo ya está con nosotros también aquí, así que darle la bienvenida a los autores de Developing Intercultural Competence, Lisette Rojas, Jairo Castañeda y John Mosquera. So welcome. A ver, vamos a probar si nos escuchamos todos. Jairo, John por lo menos no estoy escuchando. A ver, John, ¿podemos probar tu micrófono?
Hola, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás, John? Un placer.
Muchas gracias, igualmente.
Right, now.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm going to share
Adelante.
this.
Are we sharing already?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we see it. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Evening in Paraguay, I guess, right? It's afternoon in Colombia. So we are Lisette Rojas, Jairo Castañeda, and John Eduardo Mosquera. We are so glad to be here. We are professors at Universidad Subcolombiana and Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia. And today we are going to talk about our chapter, and the title of it is Developing Intercultural Competences. So, hold on. Okay, so it's chapter 15 in the book. The division is career development and enhancement, and the topic, well, the idea is to present some suggestions for developing intercultural competence in teacher education. So, as you know, due to phenomena such as globalization and the very fast communication that we have now with with other cultures, interculturality has gained importance in English language teaching nowadays, as stated by DITS 2018. And it represents, the paradigm represents how people from different cultures interact with each other in a third space of confluence. By learning to navigate in this third space, people expand their interculturality. So we talk about the notion of interculturality according to some authors, and likewise we explain the significance of intercultural competence and intercultural communicative competence in the English language teaching field. Besides, in the paper, we describe the intercultural strategies such as the collaboration, interculturally oriented workshops, and experiential learning as effective at promoting intercultural competence and intercultural communicative competence in English language teaching. So we present the three strategies, the ones we have already used, and the ones we consider to be very useful and successful for the development of those competencies. So, for the background, we mentioned some important constructs such as intercultural competence, and also there is no consensus about what the notion implies, which is not bad at all. You know that any concept, any notion should be in constant, like construction and reconstruction. For us, there is like a point of convergence, and it is like in terms of the ability. So can you move it to yeah. So for us, the intercultural competence can be seen as the ability to act and communicate flexibly, appropriately, empathetically, and cooperatively in many complex environments with individuals from other cultures who have different expectations, practices, and attitudes. So we also present the evolution of the concept, the intercultural competence, that started as a reaction of against the approaches that favored the memorization of grammatical paradigms and the word-for-word translation of the contextualized sentences, like the grammar-oriented approaches. That it led to the notion of communicative or competence, or to the promotion of communicative competence that had as like the native speaker as the ideal one to follow. So as a reaction to that, some authors started to talk about the intercultural competence and the ideal of an intercultural speaker.
Okay, in our chapter, we also work on some major dimensions, and this one has to do with the idea that telecollaboration as a strategy that could be successful in the promotion of intercultural competence. The first characteristic that we will like to highlight from this telecollaboration is cultural exchange. So because you know that nowadays it is not that easy for students to go from one country to another country, or to have contact with some people face to face. However, we know that through telecollaboration, through this kind of means that, such as the one that we are now here, we can have this contact with people more often, and from, let's say that from a more realistic perspective, right? So we can really interact with people through these kind of means. So another aspect of benefits, let's say the feature that has telecollaboration, or that telecollaboration has, is the pragmatic competence. You know that when we are interacting with people from other countries, it is easy to misunderstand what they are saying, or maybe they misunderstand what we are doing or saying. So that's why it is important to start to know what is the correct aspect, or what is the correct way to say things, or what is the correct way to manage certain kind of topics, because it is also about the topics that we can talk or we cannot talk. So it has to do with this pragmatic competence that it could be growing up as we are talking with people from different contexts. The next feature of this collaboration has to do with the teacher's role. When we are working with collaboration and we are the teachers, we have to be conscious that we have to lead some parts, to plan some aspects, and to guide to a certain extent. However, during the sessions of telecollaborations, as we are going to see in a moment, students are going to be alone most of the time. They are going to interact with their partners or other people from other countries, but in a safe environment without the intervention of the teacher. So in that case, the teacher has to be very wise in the sense of preparing the session, preparing the whole workshop that they are going to develop during the session, the synchronous session they are going to have. And the last one has to do with the transformational experience. We have evidence in here in our university with the project that we developed, that many people who started doing this collaboration or telecollaboration at the beginning, they are kind of afraid of interacting with others, right? Because they feel inferior sometimes, because they feel that their English level is not enough. Maybe they feel that talking to a person who lives in the States is something very complicated. But with the time, and as they get involved with other people in the scenario, they can get and understand that this is possible to really work with them. So there is a transformation, a real transformation. And this is something that telecollaboration gives. So in that case, we can see how the whole spectrum of the ICC model that Byron's proposed can be shown during this activity, right? Even the critical awareness that it is very important in this kind of interaction, and it is part of the intercultural competence. As part of our suggestions and teaching suggestions in this case, so we are suggesting the telecollaboration project, and we propose 3 steps. The first one has to do with establishing a partnership with another person in another country or in another, I don't know, university, right? In our case, we establish a partnership with people from the States and from Ecuador. Even they speak in Spanish as well as we speak in Spanish, they are learning English and they have different culture. Then we have to prepare or take into consideration the topics that we are going to work. So this is a endeavor or a task that teachers must do. They have to plan these kind of topics, and after that, organize the synchronous sessions. For that synchronous sessions, we are going to pass to the second suggestion, that it is the interculturally based workshops. In these interculturally based workshops, we have to develop the topics that we have selected, but in a more like reflective way, right? In the way that they could understand what they are doing, not only practicing the language, but also trying to understand the culture of the other by understanding their own culture at the same time, okay? So this is something that they have to manage at during these sessions. And finally, we have, as a teaching suggestion, this experiential learning. It is nothing more rewarding than really live the language as it is, or face the language with other people who are also learning the language. So in this experiential learning, they can do many things, right? Like these simulations, role plays, debates, a lot of activities that could be possible during these synchronous sessions that are going to encourage students to discover, reflect, and critically analyze every single aspect related to culture.
In this sense, at the end of our book chapter, we decided to post 5 key concepts, being the first one, interculturality, that has to do with a more open attitude towards all cultures, because throughout the implementation of the interculturally based workshops, the students were able to develop a wider understanding of the role of in this third space that had to do with the kind of interaction they had in these telecollaboration based spaces. The second concept we used for the end of this book chapter was pragmatic competence, because by using this term, they have the capacity of reflecting upon the role of language and culture, and also their own role as language students, and also as people who are interculturally based, interculturally involved all the time, as students, as people in general. The third concept we used was ICC, that is understanding one's own culture and also the culture of other people, and through the implementation of these telecollaboration, initiative, the students had the chance, as Professor Jairo mentioned, of getting in contact with people coming from different cultures, and based on that activity, they had also the chance to demystify different assumptions they had in regards to culture. And as you can see, the first 3 concepts have to do with ICC and the development of these skills, and the fourth and fifth one have to do with the implementation as such, that is telecollaboration and experiential learning. So telecollaboration in this initiative was essential for us, because through this initiative, they had the chance to get together and to talk about different themes having to do with culture, as it was the case, for example, of international food, the role of English as a lingua franca in 21st century, and also intersectionality, intersectional identities, and also social manners, and also like the role of indigenous and ancestral knowledge in 21st century education. And finally, we have experiential learning, because this concept allows like exposing students to real life examples, so that in that way they can like develop a critical reflection and discovery of many elements that have to do with culture and those third spaces in which they are sharing with other people. And for the section of discussing and taking action, we try to pose some questions. Being the first one, and basically here we want to make an invitation to the readers of this like book chapter, to be more specific. And basically we are like inviting people to reflect upon the role of these like intercultural oriented workshops, and in the way in which the students can profit from these activities, because sometimes we have a tendency, historically speaking, there have been like a tendency to like to believe that to be an intercultural like human being or like an individual, we need like to leave the country. But many people don't have like the chance, they don't have the opportunities to. So by implementing this like the telecollaboration initiative and interculturally oriented workshops, we can like expose our students to have these experiences even without leaving the country. The second question we pose in the framework of this like section is the parameters that we need to bear in mind at the moment of selecting the topics for designing these like workshops. Because it'll be like very like ideal if we could have, for example, some like guidelines, parameters in order to be like a guide for these students. And finally, the final question we posed was or had to do with like the needs and wants that our students have. And if it is important, that of course it's important to bear in mind at the moment of like designing and implementing these interculturally based workshops. Because even if they are or they belong to a same country, because of the particularities and because of the specificities of the context in which they are involved, we are going to find like different like specificities of these people, and of course of the third like space and in the context in which they are involved in this kind of like initiatives. And finally, we have the expanding further section. Basically, here we decided to use 3 sources. So the first one has to do with portfolios focused on intercultural competence. The second one has to do with activity center on interculturality for the EFL classroom. And finally, we have the Center for Intercultural Dialogue, in which we ourselves, we can find like many concepts that have to do with the development of IC and interculturality as a skill and not as a dimension of knowledge. And finally, we have the references we use. Here we decided to put like the most relevant, those that have to do with, for example, interculturality, ICC, and telecollaboration and experiential learning as such.
Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you so much for sharing this interesting chapter. And of course, if the people who are watching this Congress is interested, please make sure that you read more. You are going to find more information there. Now, I would like to share Gracia Mendoza's presentation because we weren't able to see it a few minutes ago. So if you give me a second, I'm going to share it with you. Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much, Kaido, as well, and Lisette for all the hard work that you've put into your chapter, Developing Intercultural Competence. Well, now we are going to welcome Gracia Mendoza, her presentation, Supporting Learners' Social Emotional Learning.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today at the 3rd Paraguayan Congress of Applied Linguistics. I'm very happy to be here. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about supporting learners' social emotional learning. In considering this, this is a chapter within the book series Teaching English in Global Context, chapter number 6 from this book edited by Valentina Canessa and Susan Spessini. We're very grateful to them as editors of this book. It has been a great work that we have been doing with them. They have been great editors. and this is in the division of language learners. And when we're talking about social emotional learning, it is important that we remember that it is a way in which we can build resilience and guidance to develop problem solving with intelligent control of emotions. So we're going to learn a little bit about that in the next couple of minutes. I want to start by saying that social emotional learning is driven by this vision that we can thrive both personally, professionally, academically by establishing positive relationships, learning, and caring for others. And as evidence has said it by series of investigations and studies, SEL has a positive impact on outcomes, relationships, and well-being. And this is positive for the development of children and youth, our learners in the classroom. To give you a little bit of background, it is important that we consider that those who develop the social emotional competencies are also able to develop skills related to convening, engaging, and empowering. And that is bringing people together, connecting with others, and making others feel more comfortable about their work and what they do. And also SEL is critical for long-term success. And it's something that helps learners and people in general become long life learners and resilient to conflict and crisis and circumstances. Let's talk about the major dimensions. And CASEL and SEL framework published in 2020 tells us about 5 major dimensions of social emotional learning. And this is related to self-awareness. This is talking about how we recognize our emotions and how our behavior and what is happening in our lives help us understand a little bit more about us, but also acknowledging what we are good at, those strengths that we have, and those weaknesses. So it's important to be aware of our own identity, our own emotions, our own behaviors, our own limitations, but also the ways that we achieve success. It also talks about self-management, and self-management is this ownership of thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. And that means that we are not suppressing emotions, but we are able to control them and be emotionally intelligent in situations that are stressful or that cause us anxiety. Also, social awareness. And this is related to empathy and thinking about how others are feeling. And this can be anywhere. It can be at home, it can be in school, it can be in your community, in any social interaction that you have. It also talks about relationship skills, which is maintaining positive and healthy relationships, being an active listener, being able to listen to others, and being able to solve conflicts instead of promoting conflict, being a person that seeks solutions to those conflicts. And it's also related to responsible decision making, which is choosing how to act or how to respond depending on the circumstance or the situation, basing everything on ethics and your values, and also keeping everybody safe and healthy. So that is important to consider when we're talking about SEL and its major dimensions. Also, if we want to incorporate this in the classroom, it is very important that we think of different ways of doing it. It can be something that can be cross-cutting across a curriculum, or it can be things that we do in different times of the day. It can also be something that we make recurrent within our lessons. And some practical applications of things in which we can incorporate this can be journal writing. It can be individual or in pairs. And the journal can have a prompt that the teacher prepares, or it can be free writing. But the important thing here is to use those 5 dimensions that we talked about and implement it into a writing task. It can also be a class project. It can be related to a debrief on emotions, what makes you feel happy, what makes you feel sad, what makes you feel anxious, or thinking about conflicts and potential solutions to a conflict, thinking about ethical situations. What would you do if? What would happen if, right? thinking about those things. It can be also about songs, right? And discussing the situations in a love song, in a romantic song, in a fun song. What is happening in that song? It can also be related to passage reading, focusing or talking and discussing about the positive or negative aspects and reflecting how does that make your learners feel? How do they feel about that situation? What are their reflections? What do they consider should have happened or not have happened? And also it can be something as simple or as basic as a daily check-in. How are you feeling today? In a scale of 1 to 10, or there are some memes that tell you that are funny faces of cats or funny things. And in the scale of X, how are you feeling today, right? And acknowledging those feelings is really important when we're trying to incorporate SEL in the classroom. Some key concepts and some things that we need to remember is the fact that SEL supports building that autonomy and that long life learning. It recognizes our own limitations, strengths, weaknesses, emotions, but it also recognizing others and promoting collaboration, working together, being a team. It supports safe learning spaces where learners can deal with their emotions, with conflict situations that they have at home, or a crisis that can happen at school. It also supports managing stress and anxiety. We are faced with challenges every day that cause us to be stressed and that cause us to be anxious. SEL supports your learners in being able to manage those situations more positively. It also builds a positive self-image and also builds education equity because we're able to respect and understand others more. And it also contributes to informed decision making. When students are faced with decisions that they need to make, they're going to make more informed decisions. If you want to apply SEL in your classroom, an advice that I can give you is create a SEL community of practice or a support network for your learners. Introduce SEL circles so that children and youth can show that they are developing skills, but you're also promoting SEL as a habit of their daily lives. Involve parents in SEL literacy. Help them become literate in how to develop skills at home as well. Use continuous improvement cycles and circles where the students and the teachers talk about what is going on, what is happening in their lives, and it helps them improve in their development. Also, very basic, right? Explore and read more about SEL. If you want to expand further, here are some websites that you can visit and that are related to developing and incorporating social emotional learning in the classroom. There are very good toolkits that you can find and that you can use to incorporate it. And then here are some important references, and I hope that you have enjoyed this talk and that you are able to be a little bit curious about social emotional learning and how to support your learners through it. Thank you for having me. It is great to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have just we've just shared Dacia Mendoza's presentation on the chapter that she wrote for this book. Her chapter's title is Supporting Learners' Social Emotional Learning. So thank you very much to Gracia Mendoza. Now we are going to move forward and we are going to welcome our next presenter. She is Silvia Terol, and she's going to share her chapter titled Using Translation and Interpretation in ELT. Hi, Silvia, how are you?
Good afternoon, Elena. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here, and off to you again.
All right, thank you so much. So let's listen to Silvia's presentation on her chapter.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Silvia Terol, and I will be
presenting the topic using translation and interpretation in ELT, which is part of the book panel series, Teaching English in Global Context, book edited by Valentina Canese and Susan Spesini. A long-standing debate is whether all bilinguals are translators and interpreters. Another debate is whether translation and interpretation, or TNI, activities should take place in language classrooms. This chapter acknowledges these debates by identifying 3 levels of TNI, by exploring the separation between TNI and ELT, or English language teaching, and it offers a few TNI activities for ELT classes in order to enhance language acquisition rather than to train professional translators and interpreters. As part of the first debate, many authors claim that the ability for doing TNI does not develop automatically just by knowing or speaking 2 languages. Others state that although TNI might occur naturally in second language acquisition, it should be treated as the 5th skill alongside reading, writing, listening, and speaking. They contend that when TNI is mastered, this strengthens the other language skills. Now, we know for a fact that bilinguals, including children and language learners, naturally transfer daily life meaning from one language to another, almost unconsciously and usually in an oral way. However, when wanting to become TNI professionals, many bilinguals fail the entrance examination to TNI programs, which shows that bilinguals don't automatically possess the skill to become translators and interpreters. As for the second debate, with the adoption of communicative teaching approaches in the 1990s, the use of the native language for instructional support started to disappear from ELT classes, which ended up in the exclusion of TNI activities from English language teaching or foreign language teaching. In this chapter, TNI activities have been divided into 3 distinct levels: natural, pedagogic, sometimes also called school translation by some authors, and professional TNI. Now, natural TNI is performed naturally by social individuals who have not studied TNI and who can be at varying stages of L2 learning if they are language learners. In general, they will be good at transmitting the main idea of emails, menus, or all types of texts, but not in a professional way or at a working level. Sometimes there's a little bit of bilingual interference, which wouldn't represent a big problem because of the context this is done. On another hand, pedagogic TNI is performed by proficient bilinguals who have maybe taken 1 or 2 courses to do TNI at their workplaces, or that maybe have a lot of experience and a very good mastery of both their native language and their foreign language. At this stage, bilingual interference could be problematic. Now, if bilinguals end up doing TNI, why are such activities not included in ELT curricula? Some reasons might be the demographic distribution of English learners and maybe also the economic role played by English in the ELT publishing industry. However, TNI or the represents a set of such comprehensive activities that if they were included in ELT as the 5th skill, like some authors pose or propose, better said, learners would not only be able to expand their proficiency, but also to perform TNI within and beyond natural contexts. The third level is that of professional TNI, which has a completely different type of training and from pedagogic TNI, and it has completely different objectives and methods. And we're not addressing professional TNI in this chapter. Now, as for the pedagogical applications, in ELT classrooms, pedagogic TNI activities support communicative and cultural approaches. For translation, which implies written texts, it's always important to identify a pathway for an effective translation process, similar to that takes place when writing an essay, for example. When choosing the text that will hopefully match your goals as a teacher, you always have to keep in mind the students' proficiency levels and their interests, because they will not be having a good time if they have to translate something they're not interested in. You could organize activities to be performed individually, in pairs, or in small groups. And subtitling, which is part of audiovisual translation, is always fun to do, and students always like it. And there are lots of free software available to do it. For interpretation, which includes or implies, better said, listening and speaking, you can start by listening to a very short recording in L2 and then have volunteers interpret consecutively into L1. And consecutively means listening first and then stopping and then doing the interpretation. Simultaneously, we'll be doing it at the same time, and that happens only at the professional level. You can also have students prepare and give short presentations in L1 and then have peers interpret into L2 or vice versa, depending on their proficiency level and how comfortable or challenged they feel to go from L1 into L2 or from L2 into L1. You can do this on a regular basis, for example, to conclude each thematic unit and have something like interpreting day at the end of each unit. For both translation and interpretation, it's always good to include a feedback activity at the end, because this will help your students gain confidence and become more comfortable with speaking up their minds and with receiving critique. In this chapter, the most important concepts to remember are the definitions of the 3 levels of translation: natural TNI, pedagogic TNI, and professional TNI. And remember that at this stage, practice makes perfect. In the discussing and taking action section, you will be able to find some triggering questions to discuss the role of TNI in foreign language acquisition, and some questions about how much perceptions on translation and interpretation change after reading this chapter. There's also a brief to-do list to practice TNI in your class. And something you have to remember is that you can always include pedagogic TNI activities in your class, and that will not only be highly beneficial for your class, but also for the professional TNI community, because more people will know that speaking 2 or more languages does not mean you can be a professional translator and interpreter, and that it is a lot of work to become a professional. In the expanding further section, I share a few good resources for pedagogic TNI activities, and one of my favorites is TED, which is an endless source of short educational videos that you can use to do consecutive interpretation or to translate or subtitle. And lastly, there is extensive material you can read about TNI. This is about a selected list of reference that I used to write this chapter, and you can see the whole list in the book. I hope you will enjoy reading this the full chapter, and I appreciate your attention. And now we go to questions and answers if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have just heard and seen Silvia Terol, and she shared her chapter that she wrote on translation, using translation and interpretation in the ELT world. So thank you so much, Silvia, for that. And now I am going to welcome Silvia Terol again, but this time with Jessica Amarilla. They co-wrote our next chapter that you are going to find in our English language textbook. Valentina, would you like to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Silvia, what does she think are the maybe the main, what would she say is the main reason why English teachers should incorporate translation and interpretation in their classes?
Well, I think I definitely agree. Thank you for that question, Valentina. I think I definitely agree with the authors that claim that translation is some type of fifth skill that needs to be incorporated or paid attention to in the English language teaching class. It definitely goes across every single skill that we work with when learning a language, not just a foreign, English in this case, any other foreign language and any language in general. So the minute you have two languages, translation and interpretation are activities are, I think, the best way to anchor processes and to discover new words and new contents, because you have to read a lot and you have to write a lot, and to me that's the main reason why.
Thank you, Silvia. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and thank you again for contributing to our chapter, to our book.
My pleasure. Thank you and Susan for giving us this opportunity, and I join Elena's words from earlier. It's a great honor and a great possibility that we have of being able to write and share what we know and learned from these experiences together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Valentina. Thank you, Silvia. And now we are going to listen to our next presentation. Just give me a second. I'm going to share with you, okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Silvia Terol.
I am Jessica Amarilla.
And today we will present the chapter Using Social Media to Enhance Language Awareness.
This is chapter 11 in the book Teaching English in Global Contexts, Language, Learners, and Learning, edited by Valentina Canese and Susan Spesini.
Well, we all know that there is ample literature that supports ICT use in education. An important aspect of information and communication technologies, or ICTs as we know it, is the use of social media for educational purposes. Social media has become very normal in our everyday life through computers and smartphones. And social media platforms are many times used for connectivity, communication, and collaboration. Examples of social media may include, but are not limited to, wikis, blogs, virtual games, and social networks such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. Due to the many options for social media used in educational contexts, it is oftentimes challenging to identify the best option and the best plan to meet our pedagogical objectives in our practices. This is why, with the combination of project management, research, and communication skills, this chapter seeks to provide a clear guide for a meaningful use of social media in English language teaching.
Researchers have explored frameworks for ICT use in the language classroom, and they have found advantages and disadvantages for this usage. In general, technology provides endless opportunities for authentic and meaningful learning through social media, though. The literature indicates that content knowledge refers to communication and research skills that we wish to teach in the lesson. And pedagogical knowledge refers to the way with which we organize the instructional part of the lesson. So if students decide to display their content and engage with their audience by using social media or technology in general, then PCK becomes TPAC. As a social media for the project, students may choose Instagram because it could fit the best to this project's content and pedagogy. That is the project we discuss in this chapter. When using TPAC to infuse technology with our classroom practice, we must think about how to select technology that fits our content and pedagogy, and not how our content and pedagogy fit the technology.
As with most pedagogical activities, you must understand the why behind what you do in the classroom. By knowing the reason, you will be better able to choose a digital tool that is most effective in helping you reach your goal. In the same way, choosing a social media platform should be also a practical decision. You must also consider the type of tools needed by students to implement activities via social media. For example, computers, cell phones, connectivity to internet, and such. You must also consider your students' age, given that most social media platforms are legally available only to users beyond a designated age. Each of the above aspects, or the previous mentioned aspects, must be part of your advanced planning. After you have selected the activity and digital tool for your group of students, you must define your participation as a teacher. Teachers should consider students' prior knowledge of the platform, their familiarity with digital tools, and their mastery of technological skills and advices, not to assume that students already know how to use Twitter, for example, or Instagram, Facebook, or any other platform, because not everyone knows how to use all or each of these platforms. Finally, you must determine assessment criteria even before you start implementing the TPAC. At the very beginning of a social media project, students must clearly know and understand the why in which they will be assessed and the number of points they can obtain for each assigned task. This will prevent students from going blindly about the project, and it will help you as the educator and the person in charge of a project to know exactly what to measure and what it is that you want to acquire. A rubric may be the best way to address evaluation in this type of activity.
So in terms of pedagogical applications, that is the activity that will be carried out in class. In this chapter, we're going to cover the use of a collective Instagram account, or this is the project we're going to talk about. So during the planning stage of this project, students voted. In our case, students voted, but if you're going to implement this project, students would vote on the name of the Instagram account. During this stage, as a teacher, you can also decide whether this account is to be used only by the teacher, or if this is to be shared with other teachers or who might be teaching in the same subject-specific context, or with students. Goals can be set up which can serve as a guide for classroom assessment of learning, that is the skills that are related to the subject matter, and goals can also be established in order to guide students for the content creation and management of the account. The creation of content or content decision can be done both by the teacher and the student, or only by the teacher. In the case of the activities that we carried out, this was decided as a group, as a whole class. As a teacher and the oversight person for your students' Instagram account, in this case, you must review all content before it gets posted and be aware of, or perhaps suggest disclaimers for these posts. Once all of these factors have been decided, students must be aware, as Sylvia previously mentioned, how they will be evaluated. So for example, in this chapter, we provide a file with a calendar where teachers and students can see when they have to post their content. So this is one factor in which students will be evaluated when they're posting their content, when they're giving the teacher their content for review, and then when they're posting their content in social media. This is shared with the whole class as a reference material for the activity. Other actions that the students are supposed to perform should be clearly laid out, as Sylvia mentioned, in a rubric, so that expectations are clear.
So a few key concepts that you have to remember in order to implement these ideas that we're sharing with you today is, or are better said, the concept of educational technology, what TPAC stands for. In this case, it's technological pedagogical content knowledge, and you have to decide what TPAC will be the conceptual framework for the use of social media that you will give social media in your class. And last but not least, what is social media, as we previously mentioned?
In terms of discussing and taking action, so these are statements that are present in the chapter. This is just to practice what has been learned in the chapter, and you may consider these statements as ways to either reflect on how to approach the implementation of this activity, or reflect after you have implemented this activity.
And these are some ideas that we provide that can help you expand further in your use of social media in your ELT class. We have some extra ideas on what the TPAC conceptual framework can do for you, and the TPAC website packed with a lot of information. Other ideas on how to use social media in education, resources, a toolkit with resources for social media and education put together by Edutopia, and again, very easily typing social media for language teachers on Google and Google Academic, or a quick Google search, and it will give you tons of information.
Lastly, these are selected references we used for our chapter. These can also serve as extra resources for you to find more information on ICT use for educational purposes. There is a complete list in the chapter. After this, so I really just want to thank everyone for your attention, and we look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Jessica, as well, for sharing such an interesting, relevant topic. And make sure you stop by our our book called Teaching English in Global Contexts, and read the chapter called Using Social Media to Enhance Language Awareness. I don't know if there's any question from either the audience or here. Let me see.
I would just like to congratulate Sylvia and Jessica for doing such an interesting chapter that is so relevant these days.
Thank you again, Valentina. Thank you so much.
And now we are going to move forward, and I will like to welcome Valentina Canese. She wrote 2 chapters, Becoming a Reflective Practitioner Through Action Research and inquiry-based teaching and critical thinking. And she's going to be sharing with the audience about her chapters. Welcome, Valentina.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, everyone, or wherever you are, whatever time it is, or if you're watching us, asynchronously on YouTube or Facebook. Well, I hope you're all having a great time. I just want to give a very brief invitation. Well, I should do this at the end. I would make a clarification that our book is still not out. Our book will be presented tomorrow at the closing of our event. We will be presenting all the chapters and the sections. It is in the process of being edited and formatted. And hopefully by January, we will have the book out and we will do probably another presentation, and we will have some wide distribution or wide sharing with everyone. But without further ado, I'm going to be sharing, let's see my screen here. So the first chapter, I try to be very brief because we are almost up with the time. I have 2 chapters to share with you, and I will go through this very briefly. And then when the book comes out, all the links and everything will be available for everyone. So like everybody said, the name of the book is Teaching English in Global Contexts, Language Learners and Learning. It is edited by Susan Spezzini and myself. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Susan for agreeing to collaborate with us on this project. This chapter is number 52 in the series. It has 55 chapters. So as you see, and this is why we're a little bit late with our projected timeline, because we got about almost twice as many chapters as we were estimating. So that is extending the edition and formatting process a little bit. So this is in the Career Development and Enhancement division. The topic is doing action research to become a reflective practitioner and improve practice. John Dewey said in one or more of his publications, we don't learn from experience, we learn from reflecting on experience. So the experience by itself does not make us learn, but what we do with the experience, how we reflect upon this experience is what makes learning possible. So based on that, we have to ask ourselves, what does reflective practice means? So Dewey again said that reflection emancipates us from merely impulsive and merely routine activity. It enables us to direct our activities with foresight and to plan according to ends in view or purposes of that, well, we are aware, to act in deliberate and intentional fashion, to know what we are about when we act. So this is a little fancy wording. There are some authors who have simplified Dewey's wording. I tried to be true to the original quote here because we had to for this publication. But what is it? What do we mean when we talk about reflective practice? And then the question is, how can we as teachers reflect? What kind of information can we get when we reflect on our practice, or if we want to talk in interperson? What are the greatest barriers for us as teachers wishing to reflect on our own practice? So this is what the book is about. I mean, the chapter is about. So teachers can make informed decisions about practice, informed from evidence gathered rather than perceptions that may or may not be correct. So this is by Farrell. That is also one of the references in the chapters. So as teachers, we are constantly engaged in a cycle of self-observation and self-evaluation in order to understand our own actions and the reactions they prompt in our teaching efforts. So if we take Dewey, we reflect on action. If we take Sean, we reflect in action as we act. And also if we take Farrell, we reflect for action. So for future action. So these are views that are further expanded. So the chapter is based on two models that are both evidence-based. The first one is Kolb's experiential learning cycle, which is talks about how from an experience we conduct a reflective observation, and then we think about it. So we conceptualize what happened, and then based on that, we take some action or active experimentation. So there's always, so Kolb talk about learning happening in this kind of cycle, that for learning to happen, we have to have these stages, and then it's a constant cycle. And then expanding from this also, Zodiac Myers in 2018 talk about the 9 dimensions of reflective practice, and then he talks about the author talks about studying our own teachings for personal improvement, systematically evaluating our own teaching through classroom research, linking theory with practice, questioning our own personal theories and beliefs, considering alternative perspectives and possibilities, trying out new strategies and ideas, maximizing the learning potential of our pupils, enhancing quality of our own teaching, and continue to improve our own teaching through this reflection practice. So what are some tools for reflective practice? So some tools can be teacher journals or diaries. That is an individual process for the most part, unless we do collaborative journals, which is also a possibility, especially when we co-teach. Teacher stories, which is a way of sharing stories with our colleagues and thinking and reflecting upon them, using teacher portfolios that makes us reflect on our practice, reflection groups like the one we see in the picture, and then conducting action research. So I'm going to discuss the last one of the tools, which is action research. And what is action research? And according to Whitehead, action research is a form of inquiry that enables practitioners everywhere to investigate and evaluate their own work. As we ask, what am I doing? What do I need to improve? How do I improve it? And our accounts of practice show how we're trying to improve our own learning and influence the learning of others. So, action research, Magnif, which is one of the reference authors in this area, talks about how action research is practice-based, is focused on improving practice, creating knowledge, and generating living theories of practice. It is collaborative because it's done together with our students and sometimes with other teachers, focuses on the co-creation of knowledges and practices. It involves interrogation and demands and higher order thinking. It is intentional. It requires people to hold themselves accountable, and it can contribute to social and cultural transformation. So based on this, here we can see the 5 steps. Well, there are different arguments and different models of action research, and some of them have 4 stages, others have 5 stages. I'm going to use this Magnif's model, which is 5 stages, and you can see here: identify a problem, formulate a plan, act to implement, observe, and then reflect. So in the next slide, this is how the chapter is organized into, the first step is identify an issue or question. What are some areas that you or your students are having issues with? Is it listening, speaking, reading, writing, translation, interpretation, use of technology? It could be any issue that our students or ourselves are having troubles with, or that we want to improve upon. And so based on this identification of an issue, a question, or a problem, then we formulate a plan. How can we address the issue or problem at hand? So we say, well, we're going to do this. Usually, the formulation of a plan involves reading about the issue, learning about the issue, being able to consult sources and what other teachers have done and everything in order to formulate the plan. And then after we do that, then we put the plan into practice. So we take the steps based on, depending on what the issue is, depending on what the literature says, best practices are, maybe what our colleagues have found to be successful. So number 2 is we study upon it, we plan on it, then we take action, and then as we take action, number 4 is we observe, we collect and analyze data. And for this, there are many tools these days. We can use recordings, we can use videos, we can use anecdotal records. And so the chapter has some tools that can be used for both collecting and analyzing data, both qualitatively and quantitatively. So these days, technology can be a very good ally in this stage. And then once we collect and then we analyze the data, then we reflect upon that analysis to evaluate the results, share those results, and then go back to stage 1 to see, okay, based on this, what do we still need to work on? So these are some questions that I share with you as teachers to think about. What are your views about teachers doing research? What are some of the advantages and disadvantages of being a teacher researcher? Maybe it could be time consuming, but then it could also be a rewarding process. It could be rewarding for both teachers and for students. The whole, it could be a motivation to be part of something like this. How can you apply the dimensions of reflective practice to an action research project? In what ways do you think action research may help you become a better teacher? And how can you apply it to your own learning process? And then taking action is part of the framework that we use for the chapters. Are some ideas for teachers to put this into practice, thinking about an issue that you may have difficulties with, and then conducting a small action research project, and maybe interview a teacher and try to see if there's a way that they could use action research as a way to improving the practice. Here are some resources. These will be hyperlinked in the book that will be shortly available. Hopefully we will have it as a PDF available for everyone to download. Maybe we're still in the process of looking how we're going to be organizing it, and maybe we might even have individual DOIs for each of the chapters so that they can be shared separately. So we have the British Council site, which is a great resource for English teachers, the more modern English teachers, action research in language learning. And then there are some tools for research, including academic databases, Scholar, and other resources. Here are some of our references, or my references. And then finally, I would like to thank everyone for their attention. I don't know if you have any questions regarding this specific chapter. If not, then I will move forward with the other one.
Valentina, thank you for sharing about this practice, this chapter, reflective teaching. And in your experience, how doable are these practices, reflective practices at schools?
Well, I think it depends on the teachers, because it is something that if we incorporate it as part of our teacher practice, excusing the redundancy, if we make this part of our, because as teachers, we do have to engage in this kind of practice, as we are somewhat required actually by our educational system to, in our planning process, to be able to think about what we did and how it worked with our students. And so if we are able to incorporate this into, let's say, the day-to-day of our teaching, say, routines, it is quite doable. It's just, I think, a matter of kind of getting in the groove of it and being able to, because intuitively, most of us already do it, but we have to make it systematic in order to be able to more accurately make better decisions, informed decisions. So that's more or less the whole notion of doing this, is kind of action research and being a reflective practitioner.
Thank you. And now you're going to share with us your second chapter, and I'll let you to introduce it, okay?
Yes, of course. I will share my screen again. And as you see, these are both related somehow. This chapter is on inquiry-based teaching and critical thinking, or promoting critical thinking through inquiry-based learning. Basically, maybe, yeah, I apologize because the topic I did not change in here, because I guess I did it too late at night and I did the other one first. And so this is chapter 35 in the division of methods and approaches, and I have to change the topic. It's not that, it's actually promoting critical thinking through inquiry-based learning. So we have to begin here, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because many of you are already familiar with this, the notion of learning in the 21st century and the 4 pillars of learning that were, you know, agreed upon by the people at UNESCO, and how, you know, learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together are the fundamental pillars of learning. And there's a study that came out, and I don't have the citation here, but it will be in the chapter, that employers indicated that the skills needed for work in the new millennium. So there's a mistake there. But so in the new millennium, the most important skills are critical thinking, and it ranks over innovation and application of ICTs. So employers do want critical thinkers as in their ranks. We could argue that critical thinking has become the skill to have in this information age, in this day in the knowledge society, because we, as the American Philosophical Association Delphi report from the 1990s define it, is the purpose of purposeful self-regulatory judgment. This process, reason, consideration to evidence, context, conceptualizations, methods, and criteria. So why is this so important? Especially this day that we're in, this day of post-truth and fake news and all these things that really can get people confused. We need to be informed citizens. We need to be able to judge where the information is coming from. Our students need to be able to judge and make decisions about what they're reading and where they're getting their information. So according to Thomas and Locke, the model that I will be using for this presentation and the chapter, there's 6 core critical thinking skills. So they include evaluation, inference, self-regulation, interpretation, analysis, and explanation. The end is just hiding there. It's not that it wasn't there. It's just for whatever reason it decided to hide. So here you see how Thomas and Locke, from the Handbook of Critical Thinking in Higher Education, talk about critical thinking. They look at the attributes, and so they have the skills, the dispositions, and the knowledge. So in skills, we have evaluation, reasoning, and self-regulation. Then we have, in knowledge area, we have general information, experience, specific content, habits of mind, and then in the disposition section, we have habits of mind, attitudes, and intellectual virtues. So these authors talk about how these attributes all are necessary for critical thinking. So we need knowledge, we need skills, and we also need disposition, these habits of minds and virtues. So going through these very quickly, disposition is what gives us this judicious analytical reasoning. It is inquisitive, it's truth-seeking, it's open-minded, and it displays consistent motivation. So without this attribute, without this position, we can't really have the other two. Willingness to inquire is what they call the cardinal critical thinking skill. So critical thinking, so according to Hamby from the same handbook, the author says, critical thinking is a craft no different than others in this respect. Through guided practice and refinement, the expert craft person of reasoned judgment has developed a set of cognitive tools she uses in her reflective endeavors. So according to this author, then, critical thinking is a teachable skill. It's something that we can develop, that we can practice. And the more we do it, the better we get at it. If we don't do it, then, it stays dormant. And if we practice it, then it's like exercise. The more we do it, the better we become at it. So then we have knowledge. And then we have knowledge-based performance and rules-based performance. And so we have that knowledge applies to discipline content, avoiding assumptions or ambiguity, considering rival causes, allows us to improvise, to ensure the validity of our conclusions, and to think systematically. And then also we have the rules-based performance that looks at and judges the quality of the evidences or the sources, applying appropriate techniques, avoiding generalizations. Sometimes we have this, well, I know someone, or, anecdotal, information that sometimes we want to overgeneralize. And we are able to problem solve known issues through these performances. So here again, we have critical thinking as a learned skill. So it's similar to the previous one. So stage one in this situation of critical thinking as a learned skill is learning how to use the critical thinking approach to oneself, the teacher. So as a teacher, we need to be critical thinkers if we want to teach our students how to be critical thinkers. So how many of us check our own knowledge of a topic before introducing it to our students? So it is important for us to, and so this is how this is tied with reflective practice, because in order to reflect upon our practice, we have to be critical thinkers. So does it even occur to a person with several years or even decades of experience to do it? So do we even question ourselves? Do we even question whether there's new knowledge or there's new ways of thinking about this problem or this issue? This is why it's so important for teachers to stay up to date, to be current in our knowledge, in our thinking. And then we have the skills. So the skills is what we can help our students develop to think reflectively through questions, sub-questions, to linking ideas, to manage biases, problem solving, and thinking critically and metacognitively. I'm not going to go through all this list. This is all going to be in the book because I don't want to keep you all night here. I know that many of you are tired. It's been a long day, and our helpers need to go have a nice rest so that tomorrow we can finish successfully. So here are some of the pedagogical applications and some strategies for developing critical thinking. So they include debating, questioning, journaling, argument mapping, proposition testing, metacognitive evaluation, problem-based learning, and inquiry-based learning. So the chapter only focuses on inquiry-based learning. There's authors and multiple places where you can find these other strategies such as debating, questioning, journaling, etc. But the chapter was supposed to only be 2,500 words, so we can't do all of them. So the inquiry as a tool for critical thinking, we can see that that inquiry can be a good tool, and it is a process where you start with a question, then hypothesizing or predicting maybe the answer to the question, making a plan and investigating, recording, then analyzing, interpreting what we found, and then connecting or trying to answer our questions, and then furthering, generating new questions. So here are some questions that I'm going to share. I'm going to have also the source for this in the chapter. So pose real questions. What do I know about the topic? What do I know about my question? How do I know it? What do I need to know? What could an answer be? Then find resources to try to answer the question. And then this could be publish reputable sources, authors, experts, or it could be experimentation, it could be observation, it could be any tool that allows us to gather information. How do we know the information is valid? And then we need to interpret that information. And what parts of the information supports our answers and what parts maybe doesn't. And does this raise new questions? This is very important. This is a big part of the inquiry process. You know, what new questions we have based on the results that so what is the main point? Who is my audience? What else is important? How does it connect? And how do I use media to express my message? So depending on the level of the students, this could be shared in different ways. I mean, here we're sharing about our chapters. Many of our colleagues in the Congress are sharing about their research projects. Some of even our students are sharing their inquiry projects, and even at different levels in elementary, middle school, high school, at all levels, we can have ways in which we can share these new knowledge that we gain together with our students. So having a website, having I don't know, social media, there's all kinds of YouTube channel. There's so many ways to use the media that we have these days to share. And that is, so here's a reflection that it's for discussion and taking action. So how can education, or as educators, can serve as a solid basis for a democratic society and involve students in meaningful educational practices aimed at enhancing the quality of their participation in society? So this is a central question to our endeavor as teachers, and critical thinking might allow us to be able to answer some of these questions. And Bowman and Tendam, they suggest creating a community of learners as a way of enhancing critical thinking and citizenship. A community of learners can be created with your own students. It can be, these days we have these wonderful opportunities for virtual exchanges where we can connect with students from other countries, and we can talk about problems that are common to our students from, at different levels. So for example, elementary students can talk about, the problems that they are engaged in science or social studies. Secondary students, same thing. At the university level, different depending on the subject. So for example, we had a curriculum class where we share with our partners from Texas, and it was a wonderful experience that allowed our students to think critically about common issues in our country and their country and other countries around the world. So here are some sources that will be included in the chapter for critical thinking. Some people already cited it. Edutopia is a great place for these things. Teach Thought is also a good place. There's other places here that you can go for, and like Sylvia said, you can just type on Google how to develop critical thinking with my students, and it will show you a lot of these. So here are some of the references that will be included in the chapter. And there's my contact is vcanese@phil.una.py. So if you want to contact me for whatever reason, you can also contact me at the same username at Gmail. I usually answer all of my social, my email as quickly as possible. So thank you very much once again. I would like to thank again Susan Spezzini for joining me in this endeavor. I would like to thank all of the authors and invite you to be in the book presentation tomorrow, where we will present, the different sections and all the chapters that are included in the book of 55 chapters. It's a lot of chapters. We got 35 authors to join us in these panels. So it's a really great project that I am very, very glad to be part of and be leading. So thank you so much. And, whatever questions you have, I'm open.
Thank you, Valentina. And I'd like to say thank you to all the awesome authors that were here today sharing about their chapters. This book that is coming up soon, Teaching English in Global Contexts, is the result of everybody's efforts. And I'm very sure that it's going to be a great contribution to the ISL and to also all the English language teachers and people who are passionate about education and English language learning from our country and from the world, of course. There's something that I'd like to just point out that has to do with certificates. If you're watching and you're interested in getting a certificate for this Tercer Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada, de Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada, you have to go to CONPLA. I will switch to Spanish just now, just to make sure that everybody gets this part. Si estás interesado o interesada en recibir un certificado de el Tercer Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada, tenés que ingresar a la página web conpla.org, conpla.org, CONPLA se escribe CONPLA, y allí vas a poder registrarte y seguir los pasos como para que puedas entonces de esta manera recibir tu certificado de participación al Tercer Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada. Digo esto porque teníamos alguna que otra preguntita en el chat, en el Facebook, sobre este punto. Así que si quieres recibir el certificado, anda a la página web del CONPLA. Valentina.
Sí, nada más quiero recordar a todos que este libro es un libro que va a ser publicado en régimen de Creative Commons, o sea, va a ser un libro de un recurso educativo abierto. It's going to be an open educational resource that all teachers from around the world will be able to use free of charge. So it is a great effort from part of Susan, the whole team, and the editorial house from Facultad de Filosofía that is giving us the space to do this. So just so that people know this, it's going to be free. So that's the great part about it. So we're there. Elena, I'll give you the closing words.
Thank you so much. I would like to say thank you for all the people who are watching on our social media or who will be watching this recording later on. Thank you for being there. Muchas gracias a todos los participantes que nos siguieron en vivo en nuestras redes sociales y también a todas las personas que nos van a seguir de forma asincrónica. De esta manera estamos cerrando la sala 2 en este segundo día. Y les esperamos el día de mañana, el día 3, jueves 17 de noviembre. Vamos a tener 2 salas llenas de presentaciones, paneles muy interesantes. Así que a todos y a todas les invitamos a que nos sigan por redes sociales para poder seguir siendo parte del Tercer Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada. Muchísimas gracias a todas las personas que hoy compartieron sus saberes y sus experiencias. Y bueno, esperamos verlos nuevamente mañana. Así que tengan un buen descanso. Adiós.